Oh, hello. Welcome, everybody, to Worcestery Council Theater 3000. It's me, your boy, the working boy. I'm at work. And then we got Bill Shaner here. He is, I guess you've kind of taken a pill of a certain color?
Well, I was given two pills and decided that, the red pill is better than the blue pill, and I went to the Big E. Um, and I really liked what was going on there.
Inside you,
And
there are two pills.
and you know what? I think America is under attack by the
Sure.
radical left.
Yeah.
And we need to stop them. I just learned about this thing CRT. I'm not sure what it stands for, but I don't.
It's cathode ray tube. It's a old
Yeah.
technology for televisions.
Oh, okay.
It looks better
Mostly.
when you play Nintendo.
And you know what? I saw these hats everywhere. I saw these T-shirts everywhere, and I was just like, "Who's this Brandon guy?" And I figure if everyone else is supporting him, I might as well too. So I'm just, I'm the Brandon encourager tonight. We're gonna make sure that Brandon goes where he needs to. I'm not sure who he is or what's going on with that, but it's gonna be great. We're gonna watch the city council again this week. And it's going to be just as punishing as the last week. Oh, Brian's frozen, huh? The the thing about the Worcester City Council is that they don't have that much access to babies or babies' blood. But if they did, they'd be doing a lot of drinking. They'd be doing a lot of drinking. Usually with the Worcester City Council, they're just regular drinking. But if they got enough babies' blood, I'm sure that they would drink that too. Um, you know, did you? Yeah, yeah. Well, so let's talk a little bit about the situation we got going on tonight for the city council. We have two agendas. If you were with us last week, you saw that it was 6 hours, and they only got through about half of the agenda, and they actually got very little done, remarkably little done. It was really embarrassing. So we're gonna do the second half of the agenda last week. Yeah, Donna Colorio fucking biffed it real hard as the chair. So we're gonna go through that half of the agenda. Then we're gonna get into the agenda that they had scheduled for this week. But the agenda that they had scheduled for this week has almost nothing on it, and is mostly just a redo of everything that was held last week. So we're going to have the same exact meeting we had last week. But it's going to be over the course of two agendas, and I don't imagine there's going to be much of a different outcome. We're going to get to see a really cool East Side townie squabble between Phil Palmieri and Candy Merrill Carlson,
Which you wrote
over which I
about.
wrote about. I took the pains to research what it is they're fighting about, and it's literally just a cop giving himself a parking lot with city and state money for one of his rental properties. So that's that's going to go through. That's what the city council's good at. A little crony glad handing.
Well,
To
as we saw last week, and as you pointed out in your article, Candy Merrill Carlson made sure to let everybody know that there's nothing to be done to stop this. So
no, you can't stop this. And yeah, that's in case you were watching last week and you're like, wait, why are they having an argument about do and hold, something that they do every week routinely and has never been questioned legally? Why are they having that little legal argument about that, which shows that our city lawyer doesn't really understand the law? That why did that happen? It's because Candy Merrill Carlson is trying to give Anthony Petroni, the fourth highest paid person on the payrolls in the city, he new parking lot for his rental property under the guise of it being a little league field.
yes.
And Phil Palmieri, former city councilor, doesn't like that, and it's turning into a whole thing. So that's going to be a big part of the meeting tonight. But we also have the jet ski ban that we talked about for like an hour and a half. last week. We're going to do that again. We're going to do inclusionary zoning, which is the only thing of substance that the council has talked about for a couple months.
Mhm.
We're going to do that again, and we're going to get to see all over again that most of the city councilors didn't take the time to figure out what that is or what it would do. And they're just trying to support the status quo and get themselves up to the point of being able to articulate a cogent defense of what City Hall wants to do with that. So that's great. Before that, right? No, you need jet skis to run the poop thing. You also need jet skis to find the poop thing.
It's true.
He lives kind of right in the middle of it. He lives on Buster Rhymes Island, and you really need a jet ski to get out there. Before that, we have to get through various orders from the city council that we didn't get to last week. And those are all pretty silly, as orders tend to go. But the silliest of them all is 2 orders from Kate Toomey on school resource officers, which don't exist anymore.
2? Wow.
And she's trying to get the city council all up involved in that business. And if you remember from last week, she got dunked on by Sue Mammon and Tracy Novick, who told her to stay in her lane, basically. But we'll see if she does. So we'll get
She
to hear
won't.
about that. She
She
won't.
absolutely never will.
No, she won't. She definitely won't. But yeah, if you look at the agenda for this week, the meeting that's scheduled for 6:30 and not 5, there's very, very little new stuff on there. Most of it is held items, but the big new thing that's on there is an under suspension order from Christian King to form an ad hoc committee to start a real, actual search process for a city manager and not just hand it to the boy Eric Batista because he's a good boy and deserves it. Which is what Mayor Joe Petty wants to do. And rumor is, right now, the rumor has it that Joe Petty is already planning to hold that item. Yeah, so
what a bitch.
like a bitch, like a bitch does. And we won't talk about that, and we'll just continue to maybe illegally hold it. We're going to ask Mike Trainer for an opinion on that. He's going to give us another opinion. That's just wrong in that he just reverses after Nico says the right thing. Probably, yeah. This is the guy that litigates all our lawsuits.
He gets his fucking ass handed to him,
and that's why we never win. Former head of the Economic Development Office. Not sure if he's ever even been an attorney. So
cool times. Do we know how the municipal operations meeting went last night in regards to this search?
I think that's why that this is on the agenda, the ad hoc committee for the city manager search, because that was a topic of business at the municipal operations meeting last night. I don't know, or that was Monday night, I think, or whenever it was.
It was last night.
Oh, it was last night? Okay. Well, yeah, I didn't watch that, and I didn't see any coverage of it today when I was scanning local news sites. So maybe Christian will give us an update on that when he talks about that, if Joe Petty lets him talk about that, or he doesn't just hold it right off the bat and they have to move on.
He is definitely going to hold it right off the bat.
Yeah, I would say that that's definitely going to happen. And that's unfortunate.
I think what we as a city need to do is get Eric Batista on the record saying that he would not accept the job unless it goes to a full, robust national search. I think that's the only way to shame anybody.
Right now, he's on the record saying that he won't interfere with the search happening,
which is much different than saying that.
Yeah, that's the bare minimum. I mean, it would be huge news if he did interfere with the search. I mean, that would just be that would be like despotic behavior. But I don't think he's going to say that, because I think that I don't know. I don't have any great insight into this, but I think that there's, the behind closed doors machinations of City Hall have already decided that Eric Batista is going to be the city manager.
If
And that's
with him, we get anti-racist grandma and we occupy City Hall.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
Was it? Did I hear Joe Petty's voice when that?
Yeah, it sounds like he banged a gavel of some sort.
Yeah, they're still signing on.
Yeah.
I wonder if,
so this is gonna be a monster. This is gonna be a monster meeting. I'm just hoping it gets done before midnight.
Hey, maybe I have a show that I'm gonna have to cut out for. Maybe it'll be still going, and I can jump back in with you guys on the other end of the show.
Wow, wouldn't that be that would be fucking depressing, man. That'd be awful. I really hope that doesn't happen. As much as I want you here, I really hope that the show is still going and we're done with this.
I hope so for everybody's sake.
Well. For everybody's sake, yeah. I mean, see, the thing is with these held items is they held the big ones being inclusionary zoning, the East Park project, that's a parking lot for Anthony Petroni, and the Indian Lake stuff. They held all of those, but at least for inclusionary zoning and Indian Lake, they held them after a significant discussion. So I don't know if there's going to be much more for them to talk about. They certainly, who knows? They could blow the on and on for forever on this stuff and not really shift the goalpost in any sort of direction. One thing they didn't talk about that got held and with no conversation last week is the racial equity audit, which certainly doesn't paint the city in a very good light. The sort of anonymous comments section of that document does not inspire any sort of hope that Worcester City Hall will be an easy place to turn around from a racial equity standpoint. A lot of talk about how if you're a person of color working in City Hall, you got to keep your head down or you'll get a target on your back, which is like just something we've sort of colloquially known for a while. But the report is really chock full of people saying that and saying that that's real. So you know what I have to say to that is let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Let's go. I got to wear this hat around the Big E for approximately 10 minutes yesterday, even though I thought it was the funniest thing in the world. My girlfriend was so embarrassed to be next to me that she made me take it off. And then,
so you can watch it on your TV show.
Yeah. So now you guys get it, and you get to be embarrassed. And what I'm really hoping this does is for all the city councilors that watch this show religiously after or during the meeting, they see this and they go, "Oh, they're right wing, they're right wing guys. Yeah. We can they say fuck the Brandon, so we can't listen to them. They're Trumpers."
No, Kathleen would love us then.
I know, right? I mean, maybe this is how we bridge the divide. Maybe this is how I gently say, Kathleen, I love everything you're doing. I really understand it. And I just think that the best thing you could really do, the way you could really own the libs, is if you just don't run again.
Yeah.
They'd be so sad. They'd be like, Kate, you're not running again. Why wouldn't you run? Everybody's always saying Kate Toomey needs to run for city council. Kate Toomey should run for mayor. Why aren't you running? And they'd be so upset. They'd be so hurt that they would be thoroughly owned if Kate Toomey just decided not to run for city council again.
People come up to me all the time and they say, sir, and they have tears in their eyes. And they say, sir, why isn't Kate Toomey running?
She's just owning the libs by not running. Yeah. She's just owning them. And I think that, as I've been going up and talking to random people at gas stations wearing this hat, which is how you do politics in Worcester. That's how you get your feel for the pulse of the city. I mean, everyone's just been saying, you know what? I think the best thing Kate Toomey could do for everyone is to just not run again, because all the libs would be so triggered and owned if she just didn't run for city council again, and let somebody else have the job. That would be.
Councilor Rivera.
That would be great. Do we have a full house here? Oh, Mo Bergman's doing the Mo Bergman. We got him.
Council Rose,
Here.
Council Russell,
Here.
Council Toomey,
Here.
and Mayor Petty.
Here.
Welcome
Okay.
back, sir.
So we're gonna hold, I know a couple holds on here already, so.
Oh boy.
25A and B, that is the petition of Phil Palmieri is gonna be held for next meeting. And 25B, this is the Gordon Hargroves Friendly House will be held for the next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, we need 4 votes on this. Do you want me to do a roll call?
Yeah.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji, Council King,
Yes.
Council Member Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen, Council Rivera,
Yeah, the Phil Palmieri thing is Petroni's Park, but there's like
Councilor
2 more
Rivera?
orders related to it.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Mr.
So
Chairman,
funny how invested
is that Sunday till
like-
6:30?
weirdo right
Now,
wingers
the next
are
meeting On the 12th.
with keeping Eric
Yeah, right.
Batista in there now,
Yeah, but
like
Mr.
not
Chairman-
doing a search all of a
So,
sudden.
because, we haven't adjourned our previous meeting from last week, items held, we're gonna have to go to the 12th meeting because they're not on the agenda at 6:30 to be discussed per the open meeting law.
Okay.
So, uh, so, so the stuff that we already held on this, we held from the prior session before it ended. Those should be on at 6:30, correct?
So through the chair to the council, so anything you held last week are at 6:30. Any action that this body didn't take last week, if it's going to be held at this session this afternoon, we'll go on the 12th agenda because that's what the rules state when it comes to the holds.
So the 25, the.
So we never.
So there was no discussion on 25A or B at the last meeting
Okay.
because we
Okay.
didn't get to it.
So that'll go to the 12th.
That would go to the 12th, correct?
Okay. Okay. So we're gonna start on 11A. Chairman's orders. This is from MO. So the motion from 11A to 11K, motion is to adopt. We have a roll call, right?
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Member Carlson,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. So we have 11, this is from Urban Technology, 11I, we have Chairman's orders from Public Works, 12A. We take those collectively.
Chairman.
For the Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, if I just maybe heard briefly on 12A, I just want to congratulate the administration and specifically the Public Works Commissioner and his team for coming up with a resolution. Basically, for many years, the Public Works Committee has had hearings about abatements. And this policy that they put in place now will be taken into consideration any discounts that are possible discounts that
George
people
looks really good
qualify
in this
for
light.
when sending out a bill for a conversion of a
Yeah,
private
he's
street.
positively angelic.
This policy will state right on the bill that those folks don't have
Like
to
a Botticelli
pay.
painting.
It'll give them that automatic abatement. So if they're having
And all the
on-call
money we
pay,
save after
money
these
on another
abatements, we can
street,
put
this is
back
very
in
important
sausages.
because many times those
We can
bills
put
were
it into
sent out.
peppers and
Sometimes
onions.
people may have paid those bills
We
without
could,
even knowing
we
that
could
they
throw some
qualified. So
asparagus
this-
on the
this
grill.
Ensures that once and for all. And I appreciate the efforts of the administration with that.
Okay, so we'll take 11L and 12A collectively. You can adopt on the resolution. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Member Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen, Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. We are on orders. That's 13A. Request the manager provide city council report as to how much revenue would be cost as the city providing owner-occupied senior discount water sewer program similar to the one offered by Cambridge. Council Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I know we already have a similar program in place, but I'd like the administration just to take a look at the one in Cambridge. I think it goes a little further to see what the money would be involved, other than that, as it reads.
Okay. So roll call.
Sign on to this, please.
I'm
Sorry.
sorry, Council Rivera. You want to sign
Yes.
on?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to sign on. I just want to thank Council Rosso. It's a great order, and I think every little bit helps, especially for.
Okay, so we will, to the manager as amended. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the manager to revise city council report concerning the feasibility of providing residents with medical passes for use of resident permit parking zone. Council Rivera.
Yeah, so I've had a couple people reach out to me, and I know I've talked about this initially. So one of the things that they're concerned about the resident is that sometimes I had a person who had several nurses, PCA, home care, people coming in and out because they're under significant medical care. And they've been getting ticketed because they get there and it's residential parking. And obviously those medical providers are not residents. So I'm wondering if the administration can take a look at creating some sort of like a medical pass that similar to anything, that it could be filled out by the doctor or something, that could be filled out. I'm not sure exactly how to do this, but some sort of form that could be submitted that would then give the person some sort of like a medical pass that they can get. And then they could give it to, and sometimes more than one, because sometimes they could have two nurses could basically, depending on the item of care, they can have
I haven't seen about anything
it could be a home, behavioral health,
relative to
home-based
the Lantern
therapist,
Fly.
OT, PT. There's a number of
But
things.
it'd be
and
really
so I
sick
think
if Worcester issued
what people have been saying is
Pennsylvania
they've been
style,
getting
like,
ticketed
kill on
quite a bit
command
for
order.
that. So just wanted to put
'Cause
that
would
out there.
just be,
Just
that would
hoping the
just turn into
administration can take a look at it. We can
sport
maybe
in
work on
Worcester
it.
real
Thank you.
fast.
Thank you. Good order. Council Calorio.
Thank you. This item came out, myself and Councilor Rivera were speaking about this, and it was just that we were both experiencing this from different constituents pretty much at the same time. So what my situation was that we have a woman, her daughter's very sick. She has no driveway.
Donna
So
looks
they
terrible
park
in
their
this
car
light.
in the handicap park, a lot of them.
Yeah,
But
even
outside the
more
house, they also
frantic.
have residential parking only. So during the day, the sick daughter has home health care, medical staff,
She looks like a
Meals on
security
Wheels, and it
light
goes
just
on
came
and
on while
on.
she was like
And
rooting
people in the
through
other
garbage.
lane or the other side of the street is no parking because it's a school zone. So what happens is people are always coming in and out of this house to provide care for this woman, and they're getting ticketed. Family members are bringing food in, and so what's happening is that we're getting a constant, people are wondering, why do I have to pay this ticket? I'm just dropping off food. I'm just dropping off
Senator
medicine.
Mike
I'm just
Moore gets an
whatever
earmark
it
to
is. So,
give Anthony
I was
Petroni
happy
a
to
flamethrower.
work with Councilor Rivera on this because I think this is a great order.
Wow,
And I think we
that's
desperately
pretty on the
need this in
nose.
areas where the parking is very limited. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, this is a good order, so we will send that.
My name is Donna Calorio, and here's the most useless 2-minute story of all
Council
time.
Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Hey,
Council Merrill
Mo,
Carlson,
at least get
Councilor
your phone on
Rivera.
a stand, bro.
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell, Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 13C, request the manager request city solicitor to provide counsel to report as to who has ownership rights and responsibilities on private streets, including information as to whether property owners can own up to the middle of the private street and have responsibilities and control of that area, or the city or any one property owner own the rights to develop the whole private street. Council Russell.
Mr. Chairman, an item that came up at the planning board.
That's Mo
recently,
Bergman in his car. That's his
brought
favorite
this
move.
question of mine. The law department did respond to planning board questions, but I'd like to send this to the administration. And I'd like some in-depth, a little bit further than what they gave to the planning board, because I think there are still some questions that I'd like to know, just in general in the city, not about the item that was before the planning board, because that item is settled. But I'm just, I like to see something in writing from the law department that says who has rights and responsibilities to those private streets. I know abutters have rights to put in utilities and that kind of thing, but then whose business is it to upkeep the street? Is it the person that just paved it, or is it the person that owns it? And do they own it into the middle of the road, or do they own only to the property line? I'd like us to have a detailed report from the administration that clearly outlines this.
Listen, scientifically speaking, now
Okay.
I'm not a scientist. I'm just an American patriot. But scientifically speaking,
Roll call.
a Little Mermaid's white.
Yes.
You can't have a Little Mermaid that's not white. That's not scientific.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yes.
Nobody
Councilor
clicked
Rivera?
this. Nobody
Yes.
is
Councilor
allowed
Rose?
to click this.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Scientifically speaking, all mermaids are white. This is just a
Municipal
fact.
funding opportunities associated with safe streets and roads for all infrastructure.
I gotta start doing car videos in this look.
Implementing improvements along the expanded.
Here's why Kate Toomey's my favorite city council.
Network of reconfigured roads with the separated bike lanes and improved.
I
safety
think they
features
should
for
make it a
pedestrians
thick blue
crossing,
line.
Installing safety enhancements such as safer pedestrian crossing sidewalks.
That's a
and
good
additional
one.
lighting for people walking, rolling, or
Thin
using
blue line.
conservative
I don't
devices,
like things that are
assistive
too
devices,
thin.
and creating safe routes to school
Oh,
and public
thick blue
transit
line.
services through
Like
multiple
a T-bone
activities that
tomahawk
adds to
steak.
people safely walking,
Like I eat
biking
every night.
in the underserved communities. Councilor Toomey.
Oh boy.
As it reads.
Okay. Roll call.
That's such a pointless
Councilor
fucking
Hajime.
order. Kate Toomey's order there was just like, look at whether we're going to get federal funding for this thing that the federal government already decided.
From school,
As
or
if the
stand for
city
bus
hall
stops
isn't just
without
already doing
sidewalks,
that.
and sidewalks and streets that become dangerous and inaccessible due to weather emergencies such as flooding or snow. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilor
order.
Rivera.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to sign on and commend Council Toomey. This is an excellent order.
Okay.
Wow, everyone's on their best behaviors now that Papa
Yeah.
Joe's back.
So
We're cruising
as
through
amended,
this shit.
roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
A stern
Yes.
talking to.
Councilor Calorio.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that they all got a little
King.
fucking
Yes.
talking to after
Councilmember
that
Carlson.
meeting.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, request the manager work with the WRTA administrator to provide city council report determining which bus shelters and stops have been removed from the downtown area, as well as what happened to the bus route passing from Equatorium 222 Harrington Way. Councilmember Carlson, Councilor Bergman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Several calls have been made in regards to an awful lot of bus stops have been removed, as well as the bus shelters. And so the question is, why are the shelters being removed? Number one, because there's an awful lot of these bus shelters that there's folks who use them that need a place to sit and be not in the elements. The other piece of this is we had a bus route that was removed from the Harrington Way area, which also includes the Ecotarium. Going over there and visiting with Noreen at the Ecotarium, there's no way for anybody to get to the Ecotarium. So we're wondering what it is that the
Stop saying
administration can
Ecotarium.
do to, first of all, let us know what happened to that bus route. And number two, there's a major issue if we have an Ecotarium and all the kids, they're doing programs with all of the students, but yet the students can't get to the Ecotarium. I don't think that that makes much sense, as well as the signage for the Ecotarium over there.
Does
There's
Candy
literally no sign
not think that if there's no shelter, that there's no bus stop?
to support the Ecotarium over there. So if we could look at those and find out about the bus stops, because there is not a bus or any way for somebody to get there unless they're dropping them off down at either Hamilton Street and asking people to walk, or if they're dropping them off down at Shrewsbury Street and asking them to walk. I think that that's really becoming an issue for the folks at the Ecotarium. They're, trying to rebuild after the pandemic, and they were hit pretty hard. And again, they've done a great job with reaching out to the schools and trying to do all these programs with the kids and with families. And, they're working with families to get families there. And yet there's no way for families and the kids to get there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. So send that to
Actually,
the manager.
needed 10, only
Roll call.
9.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Kaloya.
I like how the
Yes.
Ecotarium's not
Yeah.
mentioned in that order at all, but then she just like takes the mask off right
Yes.
away. She's
Councilor
like,
Carlson,
the folks at the
Yes.
Ecotarium asked me to do
Rivera.
this, so I'm
Yeah.
doing it.
Councilor Rose,
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
She's
Councilor
sponsored
Toomey.
by the
and
Ecotarium.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, request the manager.
I
establish a
almost
working
lost
group
my
consisting of
last
interested
campaign,
residents and
even though I had
community leaders allowed for
$50,000,
discussion
so
of
I got to keep
policies and
the
procedures
funders
associated with
happy.
Indian Lake. Councilmember Carlson in Rose.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as this council well knows, that there's been ongoing discussions over at Indian Lake in regards to whether it's the jet skis or the body of water over there, along with a lot of the surrounding beaches over there. So with
It's a
talking with the
powerful special
residents
interest
over
in that I'm
there and
powerfully
also
specially
talking with the
interested in it
administration,
because it's so
I think it
cool.
would be good for this council, working with the administration, working with the neighborhood to establish a group of individuals to really talk about what's happening on Indian Lake and how we move
You know what's
forward.
underrated though
Thank
is
you, Mr. Chairman.
Crow Hill, behind the Ecotarium. Very
So
nice
we will
place to take
send
a
that
walk.
to the
A
manager.
lot of wildlife
Mr.
there.
Chairman.
Councilor Rose.
Nice little
Thank
spot.
you. I just wanted to
Beautiful.
add, there's a lot of really good things happening over there, master plans, and I think it's prudent as we move
The
forward
city
that there's
yesterday
a
tweeted that
working group
they're
that consists of
starting
the
November, they're going to
stakeholders
drain
over there
Indian
to
Lake
really
down
help
for the
inform,
winter.
some of the
And I asked if I
directions and
could
policy
ride my
procedure
dirt bike
as it
on it.
relates to Shore Park, Morgan, Clayson, Morgan
No
Landing,
answer.
and the list goes on and
That's
on.
awesome.
So I appreciate Council Carlson putting
They're
this
gonna
on. I
find
think
so many
we
guns.
find ourselves kind of chasing a little bit over at the lake from time to time, and I think this affords us
The
opportunity
coolest part about this
to stay
hat
ahead of things and be a
is that
little
it
bit
has
more
this thing
proactive.
right here
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
where it's an eagle, but it says made in China.
Thank you. So send that
And
to the.
it's just like so unnecessary. There's not
manager.
even a
Roll call.
brand. It's
Councilor Bergman?
just made in China twice
Yes.
with the
Councilor
eagle on it.
Kaloya.
Yes.
But then on the
Councilor Jay.
inside,
Yes.
Councilor
it
King.
says
Yes.
designed in USA.
Yes.
Councilor
But you
Wow,
flip
Rose.
it
well, they-
open
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
and it
Councilor
says
Toomey.
Yes.
made
Mayor Petty.
in
Yes, we are on
PRC.
13G.
PRC China? Where's PRC?
Request the
People's
manager provide
Republic of
council to
China.
report
The People's
identifying the
Republic of
appropriate
China.
point persons for aiding residents affected by emergencies.
I
and
got this out of the
disasters.
Big E.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
There were
I
all
know,
sorts of hats like this. There was one
my
that was Real
colleague,
Street Camo version of this. I
Haji,
thought about agreeing for
actually
that one, but
did
it was
a
like
similar
$10 more.
item, but we found
Plus,
ourselves
you put it
through
Just
down
wondering-
the
and then you
Henchman
lose it.
Street fire.
I just want to encourage
that
Brandon.
we had
I don't know
several
who he is, but I just want him to
families
go.
that
Let's
were
go.
displaced. And again, this is redundant, but many years ago, I guess, we knew that the Red Cross was there to aid and assist the families who were displaced. They're certainly there now, but above and beyond the 3 days, there actually is not a contact person. So working through the Henchman Street fire and working with the administration and with, specifically Nicole and inspectional services, we were able to work through and have a contact person, but that was something that took place during the crisis. I don't think that we should be waiting to have a crisis to find out who these families really should be talking to. And we also learned during the Henchman Street fire that each individuals or families were talking to different people.
It doesn't smell like
therefore,
mud.
they were getting different messages. And once we were
It smells
lucky
like a
enough
Kohl's.
to have Van Bureau take the lead on this and brought all the parties together, we were successful with these families and with the landlords. But again, to go back to when these
Let's go. Brandon honestly is completely
disasters,
neutral at this point.
emergencies are happening, I think we
It's like-
should have an established.
Brandon is understood to be Brandon
protocol.
by
So that's
the
what
entirety
I'm
of the
looking
political
for
spectrum.
here.
Yes.
And
Is
saying,
It's
let's
so
go,
co-opted.
Brandon,
set up a,
is
you know, who is that
literally
one
just
person,
reverting back to just,
when
let's go.
these
Let's go.
disasters
Let's go,
happen.
Joe.
Thank you,
Cool.
Mr. Chairman.
He would, if he runs
So
again, he's just
that's
making his
the
campaign slogan.
manager.
Absolutely.
Council
The
Bergman,
smartest thing
Fucking
he ever
just
did
own it.
was lean into
Yeah.
that dark
Colorio.
Brandon bullshit.
Yes.
Yeah,
Councilor Gio,
exactly.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Let's
Yes.
go. That would be
Rivera.
so funny if Joe
Yes.
Biden
Councilor Rose,
2024
Yes.
was
Councilor Russell,
let's go,
Yes.
Councilor
Brandon.
Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, next, request the manager, request director of transportation and mobility review June Street to determine the appropriateness of installing additional traffic calming measures, as well as the appropriate of a traffic study relative to traffic, truck traffic. Council Coro.
My name's
As
Joe
is.
Brandon, and I'm on all sorts of
Roll
amphetamines.
call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Colorio,
Yes.
Councilor Gio,
Yes.
Like,
Councilor
what
King.
are they pumping into that guy to keep him going?
Yes.
Just,
Councilor
his most
Rivera.
recent speeches have
Yes.
been like,
Councilor
whoa,
Rose.
that guy's fucking,
Yes.
Councilor
he's
Russell,
speedy.
Yes.
He's Speedy
Councilor
Gonzalez
Toomey.
right now.
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 13I, request the manager provide council with an update relative to
Just
the roof
doing
fire
so
that
many
occurred at the New Dory
transfusions.
Memorial High
Just an
School.
insane amount of
Yeah.
Council Coro.
transfusions.
Basically as is, and just that it doesn't have to be an in-depth report, just basically an update on what has occurred, because there's people that have questions about the material that the insulation was made of.
Yeah, vanilla
I
ice
think there
cream,
was
but
a
it's made
license
with
that expired,
adrenochrome
and so
only.
there's a few little things that I think would be good to just discuss on the floor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Whole adrenochrome too. None of that 2%
We will send
bullshit.
that to the manager and,
Mr. Chair,
yeah, Council Toomey.
it could be a separate motion. But one of the things that there was a story in the Telegram today about the fines that
She
were
read an
filed,
article.
on those 3 different items that they were in violation of. And it was really kind of interesting. It was only $100 per thing. And I think I would like to request that we review our fines for those types of things. So
Okay.
if we could take a look at that, because that's pretty minimal considering the amount of time and effort and impact on the city as well. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to sign on to this. Also, as a separate.
Yeah,
order,
Geo
I'd like
Hellraiser, they'll start looking normal again around
information to
6:30
be
when we
refresher,
meet.
for the public and for this body to have an understanding of not just the fine scale, but the sort of oversighting process as relates to permitting, what that cadence looks like, so we can have an understanding moving forward when we have these sorts of projects. Thank you.
Thank you. And,
I just would like to sign on, Mr. Chairman.
okay.
Please. Thank you.
And, best wishes goes off to the worker that was hurt there too and tried to put the fire out. So, okay, so we will, as amended, to the manager, roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Colorio,
Yes.
Councilor Gio,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Rose,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Which one are we on?
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Toomey request manager work with the local landlord association, the local insurance companies to discuss the feasibility of offering a discounted renters insurance program to city renters in the effort to address disasters such as fires, floods, construction disasters, and loss of heat, among other things. Council Toomey.
Hey,
Thank
how about
Mr.
you just
Chair.
inspect the
One
fucking
of the
buildings?
things that's been a common theme with all of these disasters is that a lot of
Oh my
the
God.
residents don't have renters insurance, which
Oh
actually
my
is not
God.
all that expensive, but they either A, may not know about it, or B, it may be too much. I mean, some people are just struggling just to pay their rent. So I think it would be wise and beneficial for our residents and also the landlords. You know, they might be able to do a program where they pay part of it, and you know, it helps the people living there. So I'm just trying to come up.
In
with,
what world do you live in where a landlord is going to
It's
chip in
simple.
on a renter's
We've had a number of
insurance?
people who've lost everything, who can't afford it. So to replace all of those things. So it's just, would be nice to have that conversation and see if it's doable. Thank you.
Okay. Assistant Manager, roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council GA,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 13K, city manager provide the council an
Yeah,
update
exactly.
concerning the status
Yeah,
of
see,
vehicles within the city's fleet, the
commensurate
purchase
uptick
of
in
any
your
necessary
rental costs every
equipment, as
month.
well as any replacement plans as it relates to emergency communications management, police, fire, and inspectional services. Council Toomey.
As it reads.
Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council GA,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember
You know what Mo
Carlson,
Bergman looks like from that
Council
angle is one of
Rivera,
the frogs from
Yes.
Spirited
Council
Away,
Rose,
like in the
Yes.
Council
bathhouse.
Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the manager, request the police chief provide city
In case we got
council
anybody
concerning
super
school-related
inspired to
emergency
do that
calls,
Photoshop.
including information
Yeah.
as to how often emergency calls have been made and for what purpose and for the outcome of each incident. Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in response to a question that was raised at the last meeting, this order is absolutely within not only my purview, but the purview of all of my colleagues on the city council. Public safety is an extremely important
He's trying to
issue,
swing
and,
back
I think that it's very important that we make sure that
Sue
we're
Milliman
not
over
dropping any balls anywhere, and it's not to tag people or go after them. It's let's make sure that we're moving along in the right direction.
What does that mean?
Because I know you're going to watch this later,
Sorry.
Kate. I want you to know people
The
dislike
superintendent
you
public schools provide
because you're a
counsel
cruel
detailing
and
all
vain
reported
and
school safety
egotistical
incidents by
person.
principals.
And even if they vote for you, it's because they don't know who you are. And once they do, they don't. Also, you're bad at this.
The same.
Got to make sure we're not dropping any balls.
It's important that we make sure that all of the
She's so
all of
nervous.
the incidences are reported so that we can address them.
Got to make sure that we can get a really misleading report to use as a cudgel to get school resource officers back in schools. I don't understand that to be happening, but Anthony Petroni, who wrote this order, he knows. I just put it on the agenda for him. That's what K. Toomey should have said.
She was nervous, yeah, because she wasn't sure if she's going to get the wording right.
Yeah,
from what
yeah.
Anthony told her. Wasn't there supposed to be public participation during this session as well? Wasn't there some discussion about that?
There was. I think they just gave up on that,
We get in
which
that
is
packet
fine.
through the chair.
Yeah. Yes, for our purposes, yes.
Mr. Manager.
Yes, it is. It's something that we evaluate on a monthly basis and is provided as part of the partnership.
Thank you. And do we have an updated report in process as it relates to that? I know we had some time ago. I've talked to some stakeholders and been looking forward to a new report. What's the sort of cadence for that through the chair?
Through the chair. So on a monthly basis, we try to provide data updates to the group. We generally have a governance council every quarter when we discuss all of the issues and potential trends that we see in these efforts. The update of the report, I don't have specifically a timeline in terms of when we will come back with an update of the report. But I do know that recently we did an assessment to kind of understand what every one of the grants requires an assessment every 3 years. So this one, this assessment was just recently, which will then allow us to start providing new strategies to implement within the program.
Thank you. Certainly look forward to those reports. I'd like to make a motion that we as soon as the administration is able.
I love Mark Berthume's comment. Just an FYI, there have been several fights in some of our high schools.
Along with the
Whoa, really?
Whoa!
Breaking news.
There have
Fights
been
in high
fights in the
schools?
high
I know
school?
last meeting we had some
I wish
folks
there was a
calling
cop there to make it drastically worse.
Yeah,
the
right.
council. I know that 13.
I wish there was a cop there to stand around while the teachers did all the work.
Prevention initiative. As it relates to item 13M, I do have some concerns with this one. I'm gonna like to make a motion to file, and I'll explain why. This particular matter, we know that with the police justice reform and
Well, you used to
all
fight
of
people
the
for trying to make you
legalities,
get out of your
mask
car, right?
laws and what have you, that are in play there. I think this particular filing goes a bit too far. I have concerns about when you're talking about reaching out to the school and having the school providing specific information from quadrant managers in regards to information for students. We are certainly towing the line as it relates to the new parameters protecting students and protecting information and what have you. I certainly think that the first order is in alignment with what we do already with our partners at Clark University and others. This particular one, again, reaching out to these folks, it really jeopardizes confidentiality of our students and treads too far on the superintendent, quadrant managers, and principals. So I think that's certainly within the purview of the school committee. And for that reason, I asked that it be filed. I know that, we've been doing this dance with school safety and public safety for some time now. And I've talked for years with the prior city manager. I've mentioned it to administration and other stakeholders during this time that, we do have other models in Boston Public Schools. That particular school district, they employ their own police officers out there who do not carry firearms. They go through training through Boston Police Department. And then there's some specific training for youth. And those folks are part of the budget of the school budget, not the city budget. So, as far as
I don't love that idea.
Our concerns are, I think it's
the whole thing that so there's still, as far as I know, and I haven't got an update on this week, but last week, as far as I knew, there was no memorandum of understanding between the superintendent and the police chief on how this new SRO thing actually works. And that's a huge problem, but that's kind of been percolating under the radar. And it's a little wonky kind of stuff, but it is just another example of police chief, Stephen Sergeant being obstructive and unhelpful.
Mr. Train.
The genius. Will the oracle come to the podium to ponder his orb?
13M, the item that Councilor King asked to file through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair to the counselor, when you speak of the purview of the council, this is requesting a report, requesting information, and it's not requesting the council to take any dispositive action. So it's not a jurisdictional issue if it's just a report. But also point out, if you read the end of the order, it's for all the calls the police went. It's very similar to the information you're already going to receive under 13.
Couple new guys back there.
Yeah,
I think if it was filed, you're still going to get the same data from the first order because it's all the police incidents that they responded to.
But you believe that this item is within our...
I think the council could do this. It's merely asking a report. Could the school department say we're not going to work with you to give you a report? But you're not taking votes. You're not instructing the school committee or the school department to do anything.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up on that, the manager. So in the report you mentioned, youth violence prevention, is this stuff an M in part of that report too? Like, I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah, through the chair to the council, I think it's maybe give you a little bit more context. As part of the youth violence initiative back in 2015, one of our efforts was to work with multi-sector institutions, including the DA's office, the school department, police department, etc., on trying to create a set of indicators and metrics in terms of what we saw, what could potentially be cause violence or create trends in terms of violence, etc. We then worked directly with those institutions and with those leaders and created a set of indicators which include the data that's being requested in 13L and in 13M. And that is something that we receive from the schools. We also receive from DA's office, police department, et cetera. And our current partner of the Shannon Funds, which is part of the Shannon Funds, our current partner is Clark University, which is the person who manages the data, is Dr. Lori Ross. And that is something that we review and we present to the Governance Council on a quarterly basis. And the operations team of the youth violence reviews those numbers and that data on a monthly basis.
So both of these are in that report. Okay.
Through the chair, yes.
So that's in the report that you mentioned earlier, the 13M. So I'm just saying, but Councilor Toomey's next and okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In these reports, there's no identifying information, personal information on any person at all. They're just incidences. And so, I think if we're already getting a report that should be, a public document, I think there's nothing wrong with asking for that. I actually used to be on the Youth Violence Committee when I first got on the City Council, and then it changed, the name of it changed, and then got reinstituted, I'm sorry. And so,
Okay.
I think it's incredibly important that we do talk about this because it's a general public safety issue. We want to make sure that
Oh, shut the fuck up. No, it's
we're
not.
aware of the issues that are coming up, and that we have
Get lost.
have responses to them. So I just think it's it's collaboration with the schools. It's not doing anything in a negative way that's been intimated. So thank you.
She's so insecure, it's crazy.
Next up is Council Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the city manager, how frequent do the city administration receive reports consistent with 13L and 13M, what's being asked in those two items? How often do those reports show up?
Through the chair, so we receive those on a monthly basis, and they're aggregated, they're analyzed, and then they're produced to the Youth Violence Task Force.
And through the chair to the city manager, how often does the council receive the reports pertaining to the outcomes of those reports?
Through the chair, I think historically we've tried to do them on an annual basis, provide updates on what's happening around youth violence in the city. And if I remember, I think I want to say,
hi Molly, hi Brendan.
Hey,
Steele, Jennifer Safford.
How are you, sir?
Fantastic. How are you? What did I miss?
What's up, man?
Some of the outcomes,
Not much.
Yeah.
Just some stupid orders.
Cool.
Nothing. Right now we're dealing with Kate Toomey trying to gin up some controversy around school resource officers and the lack thereof.
Yeah, she's
and it's going about as you would expect. King tried to hold it, and everyone else is like, "Well, no, we should have the conversation."
She's jerk storing Tracy O'Connell Novick and Sue Novick up. Like she's responding to how they dunked on her last week, a whole week later, and it's pretty beautiful.
Yeah, she's like visibly shaking from nerves.
The information being received, it's my understanding.
Nothing inspires confidence than your elected officials literally vibrating in public.
Yeah, and listen, I love Tracy Novick. I think she's great. She's a total resource for the city. We're lucky to have her. Not scared of her. I don't see how you could be scared of her. She's a very, very nice woman.
Yeah.
And the fact that Kate Toomey is visibly, obviously scared of her is hilarious.
Monthly basis when the administration gets it, make it available to the city councilors, and then.
Also, I like that Mo has somehow become like windowed within his window, and is now getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
I don't know how. This doesn't really make sense, but it makes me feel like he's driving super fast.
I know the administration doesn't do a monthly report; it does it on a quarterly basis. It gets the monthly data.
Mo Bergman's gonna forget to mute himself when he's picking up blow.
Wait a second. Did Joe's weird head spot change sides?
This is why we need you, Brendan, for these sorts of insights.
Is it possible this is just melted chocolate?
Gets it. If they get it quarterly, I'm okay.
Joe Badon Milosevic.
I don't believe we've been getting it quarterly. I'm not suggesting an administration isn't giving it to us for any particular reason. I just would like to get it when the administration gets it. If it's quarterly, I'm fine with that too. But I think up until now, and I've been on the council 9 years, I think I've seen it no more than
Oh,
twice.
that's way too long.
You're right. You're right. Okay. Council Rose?
Feels like 90 years.
Thank you,
for
Mr.
sure.
Chairman. Through the chair to city manager, as part of this report, are there, I presume that there are action items for addressing some of the data, like, for example, certain schools, certain, demographics, logistics?
Mr. Manager?
So through the chair, I want to make a little bit of clarification because the data that we receive, it's data related to any officers, whether it's school arrests or any detention or detainment or anything related to school officers. We don't evaluate school discipline or any other data related to the schools and the principals' decisions on that area. And so what we do as part of the governance council, we present this data to the governance and we have a full discussion on what that data means. And superintendent and their leadership is always at those meetings, and we have discussions in terms of what the course will be, what are the strategies, what are the programs, what are the things that we need to do to improve and reduce some of those numbers. And so and not only the superintendent, it includes the DCF, DYS, and other partners across the city that join this governance council on a quarterly basis to discuss issues related to safety in our city.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess that was kind of what I was trying to ascertain was, who were the stakeholders and who were the individuals involved. I think to Council Bergman's point, if we could get a report on this quarterly about, some of the action items taken, or if someone could come in and introduce this to us, that would be terrific to keep us in the loop.
I actually don't know if there's.
This is not necessarily.
I didn't notice. I'm leaning towards no, that they're not.
That you just referenced, and so I would be inclined to agree to file this pending us, getting some, regular and consistent updates around it. I mean, this is comparable to somebody in school committee asking Commissioner Antonelli, for a report on trees, and it would fall, under parks, and we would be the ones, addressing or creating some solutions to some of what those challenges could look like. So as far as I'm concerned, I think this falls a little bit outside of us. Sounds like there are a lot of people working diligently on this. I'd love to hear some of the outcomes, the action items related to that on a quarterly basis, whether it's through a report or through a verbal presentation. That would be great. But again, I just find this to be just a little bit outside of what our responsibilities are here on council, and we certainly have enough on our plates. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Also, King?
He said enough on our plates, and everyone looked at George Russell.
This would
I don't think there's enough on my plate.
caution the administration with respect to what raw data without context.
There's never enough on my plate.
For the public at large.
That's my favorite way that like an old towny guy laughs is when he goes like this.
It's important that we have.
Yeah, so good.
I would support additional reports. I know we usually get that.
Bill, have you?
Yeah, the school.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. You first.
The school committee should be handling this. The school committee, the city council should just really just stay out of this.
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
I think
What are you gonna say?
What Kate, well, two things now. Well, what Kate realizes is that because the manager oversees public safety, he's uniquely positioned to force the issue as a public safety issue over the school committee. But have you done much reporting or looking into the way we collect stats on resource officer involvement in the schools? Like, I feel like that's one of the things that gets blurred a little bit. And somebody else just made a comment to this effect too, that like if you have a normal disciplinary issue, the police get involved. It no longer is a school discipline issue; it's a criminal matter. So, like from the schools kind of get to report that they don't have disciplinary issues that would show up in like the data that Christian King is looking for. You would need to go to the police to see that data because as soon as they're involved, it's no longer a school matter; it's a police matter.
And it wouldn't get reported twice.
No,
That's,
it's a really creative way that they do things. I mean, Worcester
Oh.
may do things differently, but this
according
was
to
something
the
that
opinion of the solicitor,
not that
the
I think
result
we should all be
would be the
relying on
same
John
whether or
Oliver
not you
for
have one
our
or
news
not.
gathering, but he did a really big piece on school resource officers a couple weeks ago, and that was one of the primary complaints that districts that were having trouble with resource officers were reporting was you can't really get a handle on what kind of school level discipline is taking place, because as soon as the police step in, it's no longer a school disciplinary matter, it's a police matter. So the reporting is handled completely differently.
And the reporting and the reality of the reporting reflects are, it's not good that the police are getting involved in disciplinary issues that could be squashed within the school system. Like the police should themselves be of the understanding that they don't want to get involved in this shit, but that they'd have to be normal to have that opinion. So unfortunately, that's not how they feel.
I had a motion there as well. I don't know if you recall. Motion was to get a report back on the assessments that he referenced outside of that.
Okay, so
and that we get an updated report on the Youth Violence Prevention Initiative because we're due.
Okay, so take those collectively, all 4 of those. What's that?
Oh, totally, Maine South Mom. I guess that's the point. Is ultimately the police have all the discretion in the world. And if they deem themselves necessary at the moment, again, you're just stripping numbers away from disciplinary matters at the school level and putting them in the hands of law enforcement to report.
Well, Worcester's scripted over here has the point that I was about to raise. Is it then in the best interest in some way of a school district to be outsourcing that stuff? Does it help them in any way? I would think that,
especially if what they're looking for, which I think they primarily are, is to cut down on suspension rates and expulsion rates.
All
right.
agreed to is amending these to say quarterly reports. Just a report. So-
That's what Council Bergman said, yeah.
Right, but so it would be amending the orders.
But it's going to be in that Youth Violence Prevention report, which is a separate report.
Okay.
So you're going to get the information, but it's going to come through that report.
Okay, all right, fine.
Okay.
Councilor Bergman?
Mr.
Yes.
Repeat again.
So Council Bergman put a motion on that we take the Youth Violence Prevention report, which is done quarterly, but mostly for the internal working group, which is about 50, 100 people. So it's a public document in some sense.
Right.
And replace that with this, it has the same information. Okay. Then we have Councilor King's motion. Take them collectively?
Yes.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Mario Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor
What the
Russell?
hell is going on in Councilor Rivera's house?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
she's blurring it out.
It's so her camera's so far away from her. Like she wants us to know that she's not letting us see something.
Meeting on or at the Worcester Regional Transit Authority bus or location. Councilor Bergman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I know it's a little unusual, but there's so much going on with the WRTA, and I'm pleased that the pilot of Fare Free is going to continue for a period of time, so we can get a real good gauge on how successful that is or can be. But I also think, like Carlson's orders, which I co-signed on regarding the Equitarian, there's a lot to be desired on what's happening with the WRTA. As she said, there's an example of a route to the Equitarium where actually the bus would be filled. It had been filled, according to the director of the Equitarium, prior to the bus route being eliminated. And it was filled with kids from all walks of life, from all over the
Trouble,
city,
I don't know what that means.
economically challenged areas who could not
And
get to the Equitarium.
I don't know who this Brendan guy is, but
Which would now be free.
I just want him to go. I want him to go get it.
I want to hear from the
I'm
people that
encouraging
take
him.
us. I mean, we have these subcommittee meetings, and my colleagues and I, we welcome Ms. Delinda and others from the WRTA.
Do I look like that person now?
They're doing it. I think it's helpful for us on the subcommittee and for us on the council.
Does this make it better?
The best way I can think of doing that is to take our meeting to them instead of asking them.
Do I look
Probably many of them can't get to us because of some of the issues with the WRTA service. So I'd like to take it on the road. so to speak. I don't know if there's a public.
You are
meeting
literally
law
on the road. We're
with
all,
respect to that. I don't know if cable services can
Yeah,
accommodate
this
that.
is a
I
funny
know
order from Mo Bergman, who's been the most likely
that they
person to
can,
be doing city
but
council
I
meetings from
don't
his literal
know,
car. So he wants to do one on the
I'm not
bus.
sure that-
He wants to do a subcommittee meeting just on. He wants to cruise around the bus.
Yeah.
Bus ride,
All in favor of getting off at this stop? Opposed? So ordered. You know,
Excited.
and then we're going to the Ecotarium.
But I just think
can
it
we do a
shows
live stream from that bus?
take that meeting.
That'd be awesome.
It involves on the bus.
Yeah, I saw that all in the past. Etsy store isn't tweeting anymore. I wonder why Kate deleted her account.
Council Bergman,
It's so strange that she did. It's so
Yes.
sad.
Council GA,
Yeah.
Council King,
She probably didn't have enough
Council
time with all
McCarthy,
this
Council Rivera,
getting destroyed by
Yes.
the school
Council
committee.
Rose,
Yeah.
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Isn't it funny that everyone that sits next to her preferred to stay home than sit with her? Bo's outside, his car's running.
Further request the city manager ensure that all workers left out of the original list for premium pay made whole. Further request that the city manager keep the city council apprised as to the timeline for resolving any issues and notify the council when the matter is fully resolved. Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the last few weeks, I've had a number of calls and emails as it relates to ensuring that our premium pay has been dispersed to our city workers. I think this is an item that Councilor Bergman had initiated some time ago that we unanimously, I believe, supported. This particular item here, where some folks were left out, folks who went out without PPEs at one point, went out repeatedly at risk to themselves and their families, and folks are just wanting their validation. As of 2 weeks ago, when this
Guys,
was
I
filed,
gotta get going.
folks had not been
I
made
gotta head to
whole.
Boston.
Our essential
Have a nice
workers.
show.
And,
Thank you.
as
I'll
of last
check
week,
in
my
later and see if
understanding
you
is
guys
that they
are
were
still
not
going.
made whole.
Oh,
And
please
I hope
do.
not.
City
I hope not.
to the chair, to the
Bye, everybody.
administration,
Have fun in
Have a
the
good night, Brian.
chat.
what's the status
Good show.
of our premium pay for those
Thank you.
folks who
You know what I miss
their time.
from the general Twitter sphere of Worcester is Big George.
Back on that.
I wonder what happened to Big George.
Oh, okay. Councilor King. I'm Councilor, Mr. Manager.
Through the chair. Some of these.
Any Big George heads in the house?
As a as a Twitter casual, I never really got into Worcester Twitter. There's just so much good stuff out there. It's
we've been able to rectify that.
Worcester Twitter is a hilarious place.
Will receive payment by tomorrow.
There's just always like
Great
3 or
moves.
4
This will
just
go a long way.
incorrigible right-wing
Wow.
trolls
And
that
validate
reply
the
to
violence
everything
of
anyone
workers.
says about anything,
I'd be
calling
okay
you a
with motion to file,
communist.
Mr. Chairman.
And Big George was sort of the figure of that movement. Now, weirdly, like Gerardo Schiano has taken over that role,
Yes.
and it's just kind of weird.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Thanks,
Yes.
Mo.
and Mayor Petty.
I got suspended. It's a shame.
Yes. Okay, we have requested manager install appropriate wayfinding signage in the city's direction. The public to the equity.
You know who tweeted at me recently was Turtle Boy. Said one of the memes I made was funny. And I was like, okay. Haven't thought about you in like a year, but hello, thank you. It's funny how his shit worked out because he's so like filed into his own little silo now that like his stuff does not break into the mainstream of any sort of local media. Like you never hear about shooters running.
the only time that I see him mentioned is oddly enough on the Boston subreddit on Reddit, and it's usually when he pops out there. There's enough people that are cognizant of who he is to like point out, like, yeah, even if he's right, don't pay attention to him because he's a Nazi, and we don't take our news from Nazis.
Yeah, in Worcester, it's just no one even talks about him at all. The last time I heard about Turtle Boy was from a Boston journalism guy who I've been talking with about a project, and he was like, "Oh, hey, how's shit with Turtle Boy going?" And I was like, "Dude, he's not even around."
Yeah,
it's great.
It would be great for all of our kids.
Yeah, he's still plugging away. Turtle Boy's still plugging away. He's still having affairs with state cops and sending jerk off videos and
Council Bergman,
other stuff.
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Argia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Pettit.
Yes.
I haven't tried to go on his site in like a year and a half, maybe 2 years. And the last time I did, it was like, oh, I'm getting a virus.
Rivera.
I am getting a virus from the site.
Yes,
It's
we've
really,
had,
really crappy.
You know, there's been a lot of conversation regarding sustainability, and I think one of the things that has come up with some of the constituents is really looking at, number one, we need more trees in the district, but it would be great if we could actually have some trees that can actually be part of our food source as well. I mean, as we know now, the cost of groceries and healthy foods, specifically fresh produce, has gone extremely high, and it's been a challenge. So I think as we look at
Yeah, it's an absolute disaster.
planting and putting up trees, as this council has been great about in supporting, that we take a look at the potential of being able to put forth fruit trees around the area in the district, and frankly around different parts of the city. I would love to see this in general. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Toomey, followed by Councilmember Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the general concept of this. My concern is having fruit trees on public streets maybe create some problems when some of the fruit drops.
If we plant banana trees, we're going to have banana peels on the ground. People are going to be slipping
Oh,
and
can you
falling.
imagine?
People are going to be
Well,
slipping.
they'll be on rubber sidewalks though, so it'll have a safe landing.
Oh my God, I forgot about the rubber sidewalks thing. A God tier moment in Worcester City Council lore.
Donate their property or land, or I know we have gardens, public gardens as well, and those I think would be more appropriate places rather than having apples and pears and other things dropping into our streets. In addition to that, from a safety perspective, they would bring a lot of bees and those types of things, and could be harmful to children in the area. Thank you.
Yeah, we'd hate to have more bees.
Yeah,
Can somebody get that article?
I think that this is a great order.
K2B just
any
came out
one
as
of the articles of the last
anti-bee.
century.
Certainly, there are some areas that
The bees are harmful to children.
but I think that our Parks Department.
She never
good
ceases to
Lord.
amaze. Every week she comes with some sort of insane statement
we're
that
not
just,
creating those kinds of issues.
you know what we don't need is more than bees.
I, for one, think
I,
that, having the fruit trees is a great opportunity for, you know, people who live in the neighborhoods, and, you know, to be able to have that fruit and eat it. Quite frankly, that's what we all did when we were kids, right? Because they were there and they were available. So look forward to hopefully this happening.
Okay. Who's up?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is an excellent order. I think this is the exact type of order that would be perfect for the new Urban Forestry Tree Commission to evaluate, to look at, address pros and cons. How does this help?
Yeah,
with the
we should
diversity
have
of
Mo
trees
get
in
on
the city?
a bee map.
I think this is
We'll just have a
exactly
map
what
for the
that
city. Every time
commission
somebody sees a bee,
do,
you just report it.
present
And yeah.
recommendations to us and best practices in support of.
Wouldn't want those bees
forestry
harming
in
the
city.
children.
So I just wanted a plug for them, and it might be a good order to send their way to get things kicked off with them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maybe we can send it to both. Councilor Rivera, is that fine? Oh, sorry, Councilor Russell, followed by Councilor Cora.
Mr. Chairman, I rise just to offer a friendly amendment if Councilor Rivera would agree to it, just to take into consideration the rodent problem we have in the city. That's all. Just to the rodent problem in the placement of fruit-bearing trees. That the health department or city staff just looks at that and includes that into the equation of where they place these. Thank you.
That's why I think she has Explorer on here. So, Councilor.
Yes, and that was almost exactly what I was going to say, Councilor Russell, because we've dealt with a lot of the rodents in different areas of the city. So just to be aware of the impact, and but it sounds like a good order, and I support it, and just to take that into consideration. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And so we can send it to the both committees, is that, to the assistant city manager and also to the committee? Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council GA, Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Gotta tweet this out. Breaking.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Kate Toomey
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes.
has
Request
taken a
of the manager
position
district council, Shrewsbury
on the
Street
B
Neighborhood
question.
Association, Appropriate pies to create a memorial for longtime Shrewsbury Street neighborhood advocate Gary Vecchio. Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I know that we've talked about what is it that we would do to recognize a longtime advocate for the city of Worcester, not just in his neighborhood, but certainly serving on many boards and commissions throughout his lifetime here in the city of Worcester. So I just wanted to get this on the radar.
Brendan, you were right. We got to replace the Christopher Columbus statue with Gary Vecchio.
Or just put some New Balances on the Christopher Columbus statue and call it a day. It's the same statue. I just can't understand though, like, do these people not realize that we already invented a place to put monuments to people who were deceased?
Thank you.
It's called St. John Cemetery. It's right off of Cambridge Street.
Okay.
We have a centuries-long past practice to draw on with this.
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council GA,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
Well, if you haven't noticed, we just spent 10 minutes maybe talking about whether or not to plant fruit trees.
Council
In case you were wondering if this board is capable of demonstrating leadership.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 14A.
We're just working through the order section of the agenda here, which is basically like fun idea time for the city councilors. None of this stuff really ever comes to fruition. They just get to say, wouldn't it be nice if we did this? And then nothing ever
Intends to
happens.
include these priority actions to local municipal goals as relevant, such as open space and climate resiliency planning. Councilor IGI.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would like to send this to Urban Technology, Innovation, and Environment Committee. Would love to have Stephanie Covino, who's been doing a really wonderful job getting other municipalities to support this resolution to come give a presentation to us.
Okay, so we're going to take a roll call on the resolution.
I'll be right back, guys.
Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I would support sending it to committee, but I wouldn't support voting on the item now because I don't know enough about the item.
You want to go? You want this to go to committee?
Yeah.
Okay.
let's send it to committee.
So the motion is to send it to committee. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council GA,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. We are on 17A and D, referred to the Economic Development Committee from the Planning Board. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council GA,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
There must be
Council
HUD
Rose.
dollars for scurvy.
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, we'll try to take the 17, 18, and 19, 20 together. Unless anybody wants anything, these are just reports from the committees. So 17 to 17I refer to Public Works Committee.
Can I just say, I just have one thing to say
Sure.
before you do. Thank you.
Councilor.
I just want to thank the administration and to get all these items together and pass through because a lot of people, I've had a lot of people been calling me on the parking and traffic, and I know you've got a lot of calls in your office and wanting to know why things weren't being done. So I appreciate that it's on the agenda, it's being voted on, and then we can move into getting an installation. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to take collectively 17E to 17I, which is referred to the Public Works Committee, 17J and 17K, which is motion to accept. 18A to 18D is a motion to accept from the MO Committee. 19A to 19C, the motion to accept.
How are we going to prove who killed the most flies? Are we going to like collect wings from it? It's going to be like beaver pelts.
C, the motion is to advertise the ordinances. So we're going to take 20D out of that. Then let's go there first. Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that, it was in the chat earlier, 50 cents a wing.
Yes.
Okay.
Council Rose,
And then we'll have a key to the city for the person who gets the most wings. As our
Should we just have like an exchange program where you can bring a wing to Wings Express and get a wing in exchange for the wing?
Wow, yeah. I think that's great. We get this thing cleaned up in no time.
Yep.
Council Bergman,
Of course, the sidewalks can be covered with chicken bones, but still better than lanternflies.
King.
Yes.
Council Member Carlson,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
That's another thing, if I remember correctly, the city council once tried to legislate.
Yeah, Gary Rosen was fascinated by. I mean, and to be fair, it's kind of fascinating. There are chicken bones all over the city. And
Oh yeah, whenever I have to take someone's dog out for a walk and I don't have time to bring him to like a park or something, and I go on the streets, it's like I am just like putting my hand into the lion's mouth like every 5 minutes and just ripping a chicken bone out of there.
Mr. Chairman.
I can just picture people walking around with like their pockets stuffed with loose wings. Like, how does it even like? How are you carrying this chicken around that you don't have a receptacle to put the bones back into?
It's like cigarette butts. You just throw them out of your car.
You don't put it back in the pack. You savage.
Yeah, your car wings. Everyone does car wings.
I absolutely watched a kid dump an entire box of chewed wings out of his window right in front of my house one day as I was driving home. He was picking up drugs and he was done with his snack.
You know what? That's just life under Larry's dome, if you ask me.
Because he was picking up drugs, he gets a pass. If it was just like stopped at a stop sign, that's disgusting.
Yeah, no.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Member Carlson.
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
What do you want, a fucking medal, Mo?
21F, roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji, Council King,
Yes.
Council Member Carlson,
Yes.
Council Rivera.
Yes.
Worcester cops, once they're done with their cocaine and Jenga occult rituals, they usually get a bunch of chicken wings and just throw them all over the city.
21I to 21O, 21L you already did, you said?
I think, Mr. Mayor, 21I, we did at the last meeting.
Anyone else read the Telegram or / Worcester magazine story about why there's no shows at Polar Park?
I haven't gotten to it yet.
It's fucking fascinating.
Is there an actual answer?
There is the answer is beyond your wildest beliefs of what you think the answer might be.
21M.
So they designed, for the player's perspective, they designed it to be as close as Fenway to possible. And that means that the access entryway in center field was built to be 12 feet tall.
Yes.
So that's not big enough to get a truck through there. So if you're going to set up a stage in the outfield, you would need to crane over the stage equipment over the because they couldn't just make it 2 or 3 feet higher.
So we recreated the Cambridge Street train tracks specifically to stop us from having concerts at a baseball stadium.
Basically. And there's all these sort of quotes about how, well, they do it at Fenway, and Fenway literally rents cranes to take shit over the Green Monster because that's a 40,000 cap venue, and the math works that it's worth it to do that. This is like a 6,000 cap venue. No one's renting a construction crane for a 6,000 cap show. So shows are just completely prohibitive by this one design flaw that they didn't think about. It's amazing. And it's actually like a really good story. It's well sourced. It's based off of public records, emails, and like there's a lot of finger pointing between the city and the POSOX. But the best quote is from Ed Augustus, who they called up at Dean College. and tell me this motherfucker isn't checked out. I'm gonna read it word for word.
I would like to point out, Bill, that you just dead named the Pride of Worcester by referring to them as their former
Council
home.
Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio.
What? Huh?
You just it's the Woo Sox, man. It's not the Paw Sox anymore.
No, it's the Worcester Paw Sox.
Yes.
Council Rose.
Come on.
Yes.
Council Russell.
I'm never gonna call it anything different. And they should have named it that. That is so funny. The Worcester Paw Sox. Are you kidding me?
You should put the sunglasses back on.
25.
Yeah, for this rant.
Communication city manager.
Listen, back in my day, they were called the Paw Sox. And you know, same thing with the Little Mermaid. You can't just go changing stuff. They're the Paw Sox. Even if they're in Worcester, they're the Paw Sox. Yo, I literally did get scared for a second. I was like, what did I do now?
This person is now serving on that commission. Is that correct?
Yeah, this is an FYI to us.
So this
But here's what Augustus said.
Appointment.
Correct.
Augustus said the height thing at Polar Park wasn't the end of the world.
Yes.
I heard about the issue about the height thing. I definitely heard about that. Anything can be fixed or resolved. So I can't imagine that's a permanent problem. Something just needs to be adjusted there. It should be adjusted. But I would defer to them. I don't know who them is. Because they are the ones who know the concert business. We've always talked about having concerts, other activities, because this Polar Park is supposed to be used as much as humanly possible. So I guess it's just like, oh yeah, I heard about the height thing, and they can probably redesign the stadium and reconstruct it so that it can't be resolved. It cannot be resolved.
If we were changing the amount of folks on the license.
Certainly, people will be happy with Boy Scout troop campouts in the outfield. That'll be good enough for the next 30 years.
And I mean, I didn't want to dig into this for the newsletter this week, but it's the really crucial point here is that it's built into the pro forma or whatever for paying back the bond. That there are significant community events, like something like 55 a year, held at this in order to make it economically feasible for this stadium to be like cost neutral for the city.
Yeah.
And we're just not doing that.
We're
just straight up not doing that at all.
Council Bergman.
So that's an issue. And it's all because of it's a design flaw. And keep in mind that the city supposedly designed the park, but it was built to spec for Fenway to imitate the player experience of Fenway, which is famously, ill-equipped for the times,
right?
In a number of ways. And in doing that, what is the difference in the player experience between having a 14-foot garage door and a 12-foot garage door to catch fucking wall balls off of? Like, what are we doing here? And in doing that, we completely chopped our legs off from doing anything that I personally would consider cool with this.
Yes.
I've
That's
long
really all I was
maintained.
looking. Yeah, that's all I was looking forward to is concerts down there.
Yeah, and I know that they'd probably be bunk concerts, but it'd still be fun to go to a ball game and see like John Mellencamp. I'd do that, whatever.
Who has served in the commission over the past 15 years.
It's just more mediocrity at work.
Legal opinion concerning that.
Larry Lucchino's quoted in the story saying they want concerts at Polar Park like they want their next breath. That's like the kicker of the story. And it's like, nah, that's not true. You're just a scumbag. You don't care.
Just enjoy your fireworks and be happy with it, Bill.
Yes, it is.
Jesus Christ, right?
Yes.
Like what an act of absolute oppression. And just be like, yeah, we looted your city coffers, and now we're just going to annoy the fuck out of everyone who lives down there for 1 day a week for the majority of the year.
I don't know if the clerk has an idea of how I would get that report to committee through the chair to assist.
But the offer's still on the table. They fix this thing and they get ZZ Top to play there once. I'll never say a bad word about Polar Park again.
25D, or can we send them?
All you gotta do.
Committees.
Just get ZZ Top to play there one time, and I'm shutting up.
I think Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I think didn't this come from committee?
Yes, it came from
So it was
municipal
for you to
operations.
instruct
So I don't
to
really know where we are right now, but we're just in like
provide
the
you,
sort of the junk
information to
end
the
of
back, so I
the
think Mr.
agenda
Daniel
from
provides
last week,
information,
and
then it can go to your
I
committee.
don't think that
Okay,
anything
so
right here is of particular
Get
importance.
all that information. Okay.
So yeah, if the body
As it
votes on
reads.
tonight to send it to the city administration, when the city administration brings back the report, then you can have the discussion back in committee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilor
So I
Russell?
just want to be clear. So this is not going on record that we're in favor of changing the makeup of the
No.
commission.
I think
Because
we're,
I'm not in favor.
right. I think a lot of people, I think we're
You
right
have
for,
talked to me for a long time to convince me.
No public participation for the first half of the meeting because they did public participation last week for the first half of what the meeting is
Yeah.
now, but then they're supposed to have public participation for the actual meeting.
The second meeting is supposed to start at 6:30. They're still on the first meeting, but they're at the very end of the first meeting. The second agenda, which is what they were going to get to today, is the normal structure of a city council agenda.
okay.
Yes, that's it. That's it. That's great. But
Shout out, Mo.
if here, I'll throw the, if you want to, Travis, you want to just throw this in the chat, the agenda for 6:30. You'll notice that there's very little on this agenda that is not items that are held from last week.
Yes.
It's basically just going to be a repeat of the last meeting.
Yeah.
So we will.
Oh, they're
Mr.
ending
Chairman,
the.
can I just take something out of the table?
On the
Really
table
quick?
item?
Yes.
You want
I just want to take something off table that I
Okay, yeah.
have tabled.
Sure, hang on. What number?
What's she have tabled? What's she got
2016.
here?
Hang on.
Bill, by the way, great work with that
And I'll
the
be really
ballpark
quick.
thing
26D,
with
okay, request amendment.
Petroni
26D.
and Candy. I really was
Oh.
expecting that to be like the most earth-shattering thing in the world, but you did a fantastic job of framing it for what it is, like the most provincial nonsense imaginable. But yeah, I
So
mean, if you really
stupid.
think about like the effort that goes into hiding like the most low-level, meaningless corruption possible, imagine
Yeah.
what they're actually hiding from.
Yeah, like I did fucking work to get that story.
Yeah.
Like I did multiple calls. I filed a FOIA request. I'm still waiting back on a FOIA request and putting calls. I did everything a reporter would do to report out an actual story, and found that it was like at best just the standard like crony glad handing of the state Democratic Party to give a cop in Worcester a parking lot for his rental property.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have that whole fucking thinly veiled argument tonight over whether that should happen. And you know, I'm not feeling good that it's gonna change. Nor do I particularly give a shit. But just like to hear like the fucking Machiavellian way that they go about doing shit like that versus
Wild.
the way that like I pulled out Kate Toomey being the most glaring example of how with something that's like an actual policy decision that will actually affect people, like inclusionary zoning,
Mhm.
they just get themselves up to a level of like cogent understanding that they can articulate why they support what was already going to happen.
Right.
You know, they aren't looking to shape city policy on something that's meaningful like that. They're just looking to get up to supporting the city manager and what he has already proposed. Whereas if it's over the matter of where to relocate a little league field, that you know, there's a whole lot of effort played into the political fucking political ball game of that shit.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of skin going into a parking lot.
Right, and it's just a 35 space parking lot on off of Shrewsbury Street behind an alley, and there's going to be a little league field behind that parking lot.
Yeah.
And Phil Palmieri and Anthony Petroni both own property on that street, and they're having a neighbor's dispute that is being hashed not just through the city council, Kenny Merrill Carlson willingly being the fucking the cudgel for that in the council, but also through the Parks Commission, and it seems like the entirety of city government. You know what? You know what's fucked up? I sent a FOIA request because Anthony Petroni, I'm told, has a no bid contract to do the fucking Shake Shack at East Park next to the spray pool. And I was just trying to prove that. So I had to send a FOIA request after emailing Mike Vigneault over in the city's record access office for just all contracts related to the concession stand at East Park. I was like, hey, can I just search for this before I send a formal FOIA request that bogs you down? Can you just give me the contracts for this? Is it in a, and he's like, no, you'll have to file a FOIA for that. And then I filed a FOIA for that, and he said, there are no records responsive to your FOIA request. Like, I'm just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, who cares? This story is my most recent newsletter story, Mo. I can send the link into the private chat, which we can. But yeah, I spent an entire day, like 3, 4, 5 phone calls. I texted Katie Merrill Carlson. I emailed her. I called her. I went to great lengths to get her personal cell phone number, and I called that. I got Anthony Petroni's cell phone number. I called that. Neither of them responded to me. I had to talk to Phil Palmieri for a half hour, which was the worst part of the whole thing.
The best.
He is a colorful guy. He's a fun.
Totally.
He's a fun guy to talk to. I'm just being a hater for no reason. He's a fun guy to talk to.
The best quote I ever got from someone about Phil was, "Look, yes, he's Phil, but he's our Phil." And yeah, that came from somebody in District 2, but it's like, yeah, I mean, okay, I can see that.
He's Phil, but he's our Phil. The best Worcester lore I have relative to this is that I can't remember what led to this, but Walter Bird, former editor of Worcester magazine, and Phil Palmieri had a foot race. Phil Palmieri challenged Walter Bird to a foot race because they got into some sort of bravado beef about like physical fitness or something. And it went all the way. And as far as I know, I wasn't around for it, and I might be misremembering the story. I'd have to get Josh Leifert on to truly tell the story because he was around for this. This is like a year or two before my time, but I guess Phil Palmieri smoked Walter Bird in the foot race.
It doesn't shock me.
Which is it's just simply amazing.
There was a time that Phil rocked a low pony.
That's, you know what? Yeah, I see it. I totally see Phil with like the low pony, yellow tinted sunglasses, just giving off like a slimy bob, like a Coke deal in the club sort of vibe, like a nice vertical striped shirt, unbuttoned down below the chest, some sort of gold chain. I love that. I love that. And you know what? That's really proper East Side energy.
Oh yeah.
That's what we expect from our lovely, beautiful East Side, where I happen to reside. It's another place. It's another place entirely. So right now, I think I missed it. They just wrapped up the agenda for the first meeting. Are they taking a recess? Did anyone catch that?
I noticed that Travis texted us that his internet is down, so we might just not have anything.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. In any case, it'll all be fine. Yeah, but this agenda, which the easiest way to find it is to just go to type in Worcester Municipal Calendar and get that agenda, because the city likes to post 2 different versions of the agenda, but the one in the municipal calendar actually links out to the reports, whereas the other version you have to scroll through like a 300-page document to find the reports. And in that agenda, if you'll look through it, we have very, very little new business until you get down to, I'm looking at it right now, the 15 section tabled under privilege. And here you're going to find everything that they already talked about for 6 hours last week, plus some things that they didn't get around to talking about in that 6-hour meeting. But it's just, we're just doing the same meeting over. We're going to do jet skis again.
Oh, good.
We're doing the East Park Littlefield thing. That's going to be fun. We're doing the racial equity audit, which we didn't get into. That's gonna be fun. We're doing inclusionary zoning again. And we're doing maybe, you weren't here for this, but rumor has it that Joe Petty is going to hold the King's order to start a ad hoc search committee for a new city manager.
Oh, great.
Just really just putting all his cards on the table. And I kind of liked seeing Joe Petty come into his villain era here.
Yeah.
Where, he lost the progressives that he thought might be aligned with him because he talked about sex ed twice. And he just totally lost them in the election. And now he's just going full, Mike Angelini mode. And he's just like trying to get his guy in there before he gets out. So that Eric Batista has a life appointment to the city manager job. Same as Ed Augustus did. And we don't actually see who we could get. But at least he did get to claim membership of the LGBT community. Why is he actually dying on this hill is a very, very interesting question. When you really look at the political landscape of Worcester, is that it's obvious that the sort of class of people who consider themselves to be the movers and shakers of development in Worcester and what goes where and what their next like big shiny development that they can claim is like the silver bullet for all Worcester's ills. I'm talking the Worcester Redevelopment Authority, Mike Angelini, Ed Augustus. This sort of camp, Tim Murray, Eric Batista is their guy. And he's going to be like sort of the perfect sort of placeholder for them to do whatever they were already going to do to the city. And he's not going to get in the way of that. He's going to actively foster it. And he's just their sort of little guy in the city manager's role. And if Petty's thinking, I don't want to be the mayor anymore, I'm not going to run again. But if I get my guy into a full-time city manager contract, which gets renewed once every 3 years, and is rarely contested, then he's just gotten his guy like the sort of lifetime appointment for the actual mayor of Worcester.
Yeah.
Because we should have professional sort of like just he's at his desk. He's not a public figure type city manager who just makes sure the checks are signed and is like an executive of basically like a company. And then the mayor is supposed to be the leader of the city. But we've bastardized that where we have the actual mayor, who's the city manager, and then we have the fake mayor, who's the mayor. And that's kind of been the modus operandi since at least 2010. I don't know when O'Brien came in, but that's kind of as far back as my Worcester history goes with this sort of inside baseball shit. But I guess that the one we had before O'Brien was like sort of more in the mold of what a Plan E city manager should be. And then there was some sort of coup to get like somebody from the political class of Worcester into that role. Jim McGovern, yeah, I don't know. I think that Tony Soprano is a little bit too much involvement. Junior Soprano is too incompetent and wants too much credit. I don't even know the levels of power that Jim McGovern is operating in. It's way bigger than City Hall. Like it's like City Hall and all of the major institutions, like City Hall and Holy Cross, City Hall and like everything of substance in Worcester. It's like he's the fucking Don Juan. And what are you gonna do? It's one part.
I have to imagine that, and I have to imagine that Jim also, if he was, it wouldn't shock me if he was one of our commenters here. laughing hysterically at the incompetence of
Oh,
the
yeah.
reality of the hub of his district. I mean, that's the thing with Eric. You probably mentioned this earlier, but before it was on. But I mean, that's the problem with this thing with Eric, right? Like, we always get somebody in City Hall because we follow the same pattern, right? Like, the council goes around the horn and says, this person is the only person capable of doing this job. We have a superintendent who it seems like most people are happy with, specifically because Tracy Novick stood up at school committee and said, there is nobody in the city of Worcester who is capable of doing this job. It sounds small, but that's your sign. That's literally the bat sign for the search firms that are going to respond to our RFP and say, like, oh, these folks are serious. It's worth our time. There's no
Right.
shortage of communities around the country who are looking for replacements. Telling them what you want is the trigger to gauge their interest. And we told them flat out, yeah, we want this guy. There's no reason for you to even waste your time, because they're not going to start bringing people in from around the country and going through their pool, promising people a great opportunity if the opportunity doesn't even exist.
Yeah, waste their time. And that's what makes so Ben, first, before we should continue this discussion, but I don't know, Travis, where are we at with the meeting?
They're not live yet. I'm watching it.
Yeah. So it looks like they took a break.
Yeah. So what makes the school committee's decision to actually go through a meaningful search process so significant is that Worcester has historically had no problem doing what Joe Petty's currently trying to do right now.
Right.
Which is just go, he's the guy. He's been around. He knows the people. I don't see how we could do any better than that. And the school committee, partly because they changed over so much in the last election to be more like progressive and want better for the city, is they actually did a national search and got somebody into that role that has no fucking like interest in any of the political gamesmanship of Worcester.
Right.
Is
and
just
not just
looking
that one person, right? I mean, they had a pool of potential candidates, all of whom were pretty damn awesome, right? Like,
they chose from the 3 finalists were all of them head and shoulders better than Yenda.
Right.
Like, we couldn't have gone wrong at even getting to that point. And it's because we tried to get to that point, and we tried to hire an executive in a way that wasn't transparent political cronyism. And yeah, and also Tracy is probably one of the 5 people in the state most equipped to handle a search process for a superintendent. Like, she's a real credit to the city that she endures being a public official here after the shit she's been through.
And that's just it, though. That's where. Is that Travis that doesn't realize that he's opening candy bars on a hot mic?
Yeah, Travis, mute yourself. I know I'm usually the guy that's being annoying,
but I mean, that's just it. It's like people pay attention to the things our elected officials say. And Tracy said the thing that mattered. We wanted to look outside the district, so we said there's nobody here that we're going to pull from in the district. That's not to really be dismissive of the reality that there probably is somebody who is capable in the district of leading the school district, but we wanted to look outside the school district for a fresh set of eyes. We're not even giving ourselves the opportunity to do that, in the same way that, the fruit tree lobby just heard Kate Toomey say that apples and bees are dangerous. So they're no longer going to be spending their lobbying dollars on the city of Worcester.
Think of the children.
The children. Yeah. I mean, the fruit tree lobby is going to move on to Paxton, where they're probably wanted.
And, Worcester would benefit so much from somebody coming in from a real city to do things here.
Mm-hmm.
Like somebody who's overseen, like, for example, maybe like a different DPW than ours, and looking at the way that our DPW operates and making some smart changes based on like best practices of other places that do it better. And same goes for all of the arms of our city hall. But what we're stuck with now is a city hall that's maintained by influence peddling within it, right?
Right.
And that's how you get a job. That's how we get somebody like Mike Traynor moving from economic development to solicitor, where I didn't even know he had a law degree before he got that job. and I actually never checked to see if he did. And after what he said at City Council last week, I
Still
am
not sure.
not sure that he did. And he's our head city lawyer now because he played the game in the development office. And you know, I mean, we've been joking about like Peter Dunn being right there, and how the entire last meeting was just him speaking very eloquently and competently on issues of municipal governance, while Eric Batista was just sitting there in the acting city manager job. And it's like, why wouldn't you pick me? It's like, because we don't want to pick somebody for the right reasons here.
Yeah.
We want to pick like a favorite through like the machinations of just what it takes politically to advance yourself inside of City Hall. And it's all a big fucking game. And at the end of the day, like Connie Lukes used to say, it's a fucking hiring agency.
Right.
You know, and everyone who doesn't work at City Hall deserves a lot fucking better than that. Yeah, good old boy network. It's exactly what it is. I mean, this is the manifestation of there being a good old boy network. And Ed Augustus was that too. And Ed Augustus, like, really bastardized the role of city manager as it relates to mayor in the way that he handled that position, because he very much treated it like a public official. Like, he was the public official that was, you know, the leader of the city, tangibly and spiritually. And there was so much evangelizing of him and his Worcester Renaissance pitch to developers in the local press, and it just became like just like the reality was like shaped by like having to treat Ed Augustus as some sort of like, I don't know, saint-like figure that's changing the tides in Worcester, when really, as we've been talking about, it's just that, you know, the development money started coming in.
But imagine what the reaction would be from the people sitting around the horn at council if they could no longer spend all their time discussing the appropriate placement of a little league field, or whether or not fruit trees and bees are dangerous to children, and instead had to actually discuss things like, I don't know, modern traffic flow systems that ensure that you don't have to take an hour of your life to get from Newton Square to any other point in the city.
Yeah. Or you know, like
how construction has changed over the last 30 years, and roads shouldn't collapse just because, you know, an 18-wheeler from Amazon drives on them. It's like, there are better ways of doing things.
Right. And we see this like this like little block of new councilors pushing to treat the city council this way, and just coming up against just fucking resistance from all sides, not being able to get anything done because no one else wants to think of it that way. No one else wants to treat it that way.
Right.
As it should be, like the fucking vision board for the city. Where do we want to go? How do we get there? But they've deferred all of that to and how do we make sure that our apartment buildings don't collapse or catch on fire? How do we make sure that a Franklin couple that owns 40 fucking properties in our city is equipped to efficiently manage them and effectively manage them?
Right.
No, we don't do that. We let City Hall quietly handle all of those fucking problems while we hash out our petty little fucking insider beefs on each other over a fucking Little League park that Anthony Petroni wants built next to his house so he gets a goddamn parking lot for his rental property.
Yeah.
So fucking frustrating. And I'm not going to out who this is, but I've been texting with a city councilor who has just so depressed that they have to do this. Like, you know, like it's just it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to see. It's embarrassing to be a part of, and it's all we can do to try to get it better is, you know, keep pointing out why it's embarrassing, why it's not enough, why there's a failure of imagination going on here, because it's still the only vehicle we have for changing anything around here. It's not like you can declare the fucking free state of Maine South and run things differently. You gotta work within the framework of this thing. But the
What just
framework in
happened?
this thing just doesn't, dude. All right, getting a little fucking getting a little purple here with the camera work.
Top-notch camera work tonight, and you
That was
sound
good.
epic with this playing behind you, going off on one of your rants.
One of your rants. You just going on there. I love ranting. It's one of my favorite things.
I mean, the other
And
thing
one
too,
more
Bill, is
thing.
you've got all these folks sitting up here that like this is all they know, right? Like is being in charge of this provincial little bullshit like Anthony Patron's parking lot. Every one of them has never been so excited because they know Joe is on the way out in defeat from his last race. So they're all jockeying to, be the next mayor. How could
Yeah.
any of these people conceive of being mayor in a city that was being run like an actual city? Like that's terrifying to them. Opening the door to an external reality where
Oh my
people actually have
God.
passports and see places other than Auburn on a regular basis.
Jesus Christ.
Councilor
I
Carter.
mean, yeah.
Councilor
And
Gio.
you know what? It really is going to be like a
Yes.
5 or 6
Councilor
person
Carlson.
race for
Councilor Nguyen.
city for mayor,
Councilor Darrow.
and it's gonna like selfishly,
Councilor Rose.
it's gonna be awesome and hilarious
Russell.
to cover.
Councilor
Um,
Toomey.
Here.
but
Everybody.
Here.
short
So
of
we're gonna announce the items that will be held tonight.
oh geez,
Select Board is gonna hold item 8A and 15A, which is part of the search process. And then we'll
Jesus
hold
fucking
15D and 15E, which is part of the East Park process.
we're not doing East Park tonight.
Intend to speak on 8A.
No, we're gonna hold it. We're not speaking on it. So it's held. It's held. So
I would like to speak on that. I know per the rules, it's to the discretion of the chair. Is that right?
you can ask for a report if you want. We're not speaking on it.
Okay. So I have
It's
a
held.
question to the clerk.
For protocol, you can ask for
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Jesus
So
Christ, Joe, what are you
regards to the
doing?
Motion to suspend the rules. That's part of this. Is that right?
So through the chair to the council, are you asking about the council rules?
Two questions.
Yep.
That's part A. Part B, there's a motion to hold. My understanding is you can speak on motion to hold well, explain the rules as it relates to holding items and speaking upon them.
So through
Where
the
am
chair
I
to the
right now,
council, my
Nico?
understanding, if the mayor is alerted prior to the meeting beginning to hold an item, and if it's the first time being brought forward in council, the mayor it's at his discretion to allow people to speak. If he doesn't allow you to speak, then you're not gonna be able to speak on the first time that the item comes forward in council.
That's how we've always done it. Yeah.
Correct.
Because once one person speaks,
So
everybody speaks.
I would request to the chair an opportunity to speak on 8A.
Oh
We're
no,
gonna
come
hold
on.
these items and speak on the next meeting. So there's no reason to.
Well, there
otherwise-
is. This is a timely matter. We're not meeting again till October 12th or something like
Yeah.
that. There's
it's
been
held.
discussion about expediting this, and
we can-
it's worthy of discussion, Mr. Chairman, given the timeliness of all of this.
I get that, but the items held doesn't matter. It's held. Even if you speak the timeliness, I understand that.
But you have the ability to allow me to speak.
No, I think it's closed. There's no
Is that
reason
right,
to speak on
through
it.
the chair to the
Jeez, this is crazy.
This
is
is
that,
what
is that accurate? I just want
Yeah.
to be clear on the rules. I either
the
have an
rule,
there's
I'll
not
give
a
you the rule
straight
in the whole.
I
The
like to know.
practice, I'm going to speak. The practice of this council, when the item is held, nobody speaks on it. Now, some people, if a person speaks and holds it afterwards, everybody gets the right to speak on it. That's how we've done it for the last, since I've been here.
Through the chair to the clerk, can you explain verbatim the rule, please?
Through the chair to Mayor, I need some, a few minutes to review this. But, past
That's
practice,
the
since
rule.
I've been in clerk's office, if the mayor has been alerted of a hold prior to the meeting starting, there has not been public participation or council participation. But I can certainly, look into the rule. You have to give me a few minutes. I don't know if the solicitor has it in front of him. If he wants to jump
No, don't do this again.
He doesn't have it in front of him. There it is.
He doesn't.
On items that were held
Oh, he's
It
bringing his
doesn't matter if
binder.
he has it in front of him if he can't understand it.
And I think
That is
also
clearly a
in
binder full of
addition
his
to that,
artwork
once,
from
you
third
know,
grade that his
believe
mother
the
saved for
public's
him.
allowed to speak also.
Mr. Chairman, the rule says Immediately upon the invocation of held under privilege, the chair shall determine whether further debate shall be continued. If the mayor is notified in advance of any debate on the item, if the mayor is notified in advance of any debate on the item to be held, the chair may declare the item held and that all debate, including public testimony, shall be postponed until the next meeting.
Thank you. Through the
That's
chair, to the
correct.
solicitor, in terms of the language, it says may. That's allows for discretion. Is that correct? Through the chair?
That's correct. Through the chair.
Thank you. That's a request, Mr. Chairman.
But
that
if
you-
everybody
that you
holds it,
allow,
if this is what
me
we've
to
done, I'm
speak
going
on
to
this
state the
matter.
practice. I'm going to hold it, and you can challenge the ruling of the chair or ask for a suspension of the rules. And
I'll ask for a suspension of the rules, Mr. Chairman.
okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
No.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
Yes.
Council Russell?
No.
Council Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty?
No.
So, Mr. Mayor, the motion to suspend the rule fails.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, petitions. Petition. Okay, so we are going to go to.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
That gentleman right there came all the way with his son to speak on this item.
No, what the rule says is fine. We allow people to speak who come to see us.
I find it highly disrespectful, Councilor King. I find it highly disrespectful of
Yeah.
community members who have been calling us and waiting to speak on this,
He can speak.
on
He
this
can speak.
item.
He
It's
can-
disrespectful to that gentleman who came here with his son to speak.
You haven't listened to my answer. We allow people to come who come to speak, so they can't speak the next time. That's what we've done in the past. So he's more than welcome to. So he's more than welcome to speak. He can speak tonight. Yep. Yep. Yep.
That's not really what the rule says.
No.
I am taking notes.
I'm reading off my
Hopefully
phone.
this week's
My
article. The plan is to
personal
post
phone.
tomorrow.
I just practice for this. Well, just to introduce myself, my name is Leslie Slavion. I'm a resident of Worcester. I've been a resident of Worcester since 2002, since I came to the United States from Liberia. I'm also a member of the NAACP, and I'm a proud member of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters. And I would want to speak on the hiring of the city manager because, you know, it's critical and it's important. I think that the citizens should be allowed to see a clear and open process as to how
That's
the
right,
city manager
Gio.
gets hired. I mean, that's just me, because I think if it's clear that, you know, how the process in which the president gets elected and whoever else gets elected, you yourself on Mayor Petty, I think is very important.
Bill, why are we
to
still doing summer
have the
schedule
process
for
open
meetings?
enough so people could visibly see
It's
the
the
city
Jewish
person who's being
holidays.
chosen to
Okay, this one is
represent
actually a
them as
holiday.
city
Got it.
manager.
They all
That's my
fall on
piece. Thank you,
Tuesdays.
guys.
Thank you.
But then they've added a couple
So
meetings
this is
last
public
week.
Participation, you speak up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
That was a pretty
Nathan,
crazy little interaction there.
Before I talk on this, can I get clarification from you or from whomever can answer it? A lot of times people come before it and the item gets filed. So I've always understood it as not meaning that it gets filed in the file cabinet, but gets filed in the circular file. Correct? If I'm wrong.
We can talk after the meeting. I'll let you know. Okay, but go ahead if you're
Okay.
you write them.
All right, for Nathan Worcester, I do want to talk on A-Day. We've gone through.
Who do you think shaves Fred's head?
Since the acting city
It's a really
manager,
clean shave.
Yeah.
has been here. And
You think he
honestly,
bicks
I don't
himself?
think he's done anything wrong. I think he's done a lot good. And he learned from a good man. So, I mean, if he's taking
Mom
the
is
city
a
down the
fair
wrong
answer.
way, I would say, okay, open up the process. But he's done nothing wrong. And there are people here who have been asking for diversity on this, on the city leadership, and you have a diversified man here, right here.
Look how diversified he is.
Before us. I don't know how much, I don't want to know how much more diversified someone has to be.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sure you don't, dude.
What's your name, city of residence?
Idella Hazard. I want to speak
Oh,
on
man.
8A and 15. I'm not sure how diverse he is. And it's only been 4 months.
God, she's such a treasure.
What do you call it? But most employees have to go probation 9 months. And it doesn't matter who they worked under before. When you get promoted and it's not a promotion, you go 9 months for promotion. And I think since it's the highest position in the city, we should try to get the best person we can possibly get.
I also
And
love that
place
he
him
invented the
at a
word
time. And
diversive.
like I said once before, if he proves to be the best candidate.
He was talking about his stock
sure,
portfolio.
why not?
He's
as
quite
far as
diversive.
diversity, the audit showed, and they only audited 2 departments, the health department, and of all things, oh my gosh, human resources. And the audit showed that in every single department in the city, it was a white male that had the leadership position. That's not diversity. And we can't hold a diversity officer because they're not allowed to do their job. So I would have to say, and I've been saying every time I got up and spoke on this subject, this city is so far behind when it comes to equity that there's a pushback, there's a pushback, there's a pushback. And you know that I have said this over and over. Now, this audit that we just had has proved me.
Why is Idella not city
And if
manager?
we don't do something soon,
I would love Idella
then
for
I
mayor.
say,
Let's make that shirt. Let's get that campaign going with or without her consent.
plan run this city, because it is ridiculous. Because we don't have any leadership other than white males. We have women.
Can you wrap up your comments?
Yep. We have women. We have minorities. We have different types of gender here, and nobody would ever know it. So please let us do something as far as diversity, please. Thank you.
What's your name and city of residence?
Lucy Candib, 65 Torrey Fort Lane, Worcester, Mass. I am coming to speak about 12A, about the request for the Standing Committee on Public Health and Human Services to host an open forum between members of the community, the city's administration, and representatives of Family Health Center of Worcester.
It's good to push Petty on this just to get him to show what he's really trying to do.
Agree.
And that was I'm going to take some pains to go back and like really illustrate that interaction, because that kind of shows like really how resistant he is to entertaining this.
Oversight it might need to prevent this from happening again if we're going to pour money into it. I worked for the Family Health Center of Worcester for 42 years. I'm the longest living employee of the Family Health Center. I retired 6 years ago, and I have enormous respect for the people who work there, both staff and physicians and educators, and its current status as essentially bankrupt is really a problem. And I think the city needs to understand how it came about and see what can be done to fix it. And people really need to have the opportunity to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Imagine if the city had this giant pool of cash that was specifically targeted for underserved populations within the city.
11.
Whoa. You mean, and we didn't do that to upgrade to CAD 5 wireless infrastructure? Yeah, and we like used that and we got that to the groups that like needed it?
Spoke already what it says, and to open an open forum for us to be represented and for the city to speak about what's going on in the Family Health Center. But I would also like to thank the city, because I am one of those interpreters that got brought back
to the Family Health Center. And I want to thank this, the city, the governor, and our city manager for putting an effort on helping myself and my team bring us back, and the importance it is for this Family Health Center for our city of Worcester. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm a little confused about what number I'm doing tonight because there are a few.
Okay, this shouldn't-
My name is Dodie Swope. I live at 8 Pinnacle Street in Worcester. I am the coordinator of two large coalitions in the city, the Together for Kids Coalition, which deals with children from prenatal through age 8, and the Investing in Girls Alliance. We are all very, very concerned about 12A. We really need to have the community voice in the decisions that get made around people's health care. We have families coming to us every day with very deep concerns. Moms with brand new babies.
12A is on Family Health Centers.
This is really serious
Yeah.
for folks.
Let me just
The
check
other
again.
topic I wanted to speak on tonight, and I'm a little confused by all the hold rules, so I'm with you, Councillor King. It's not quite making sense to me.
Yeah, I don't
is
know
the
much about that
ARPA
situation. I'll have to give Sarai a
I
call.
just pushed submit on a grant today for the Together for Kids Coalition. I'm a professional grant writer. I teach a graduate level class in grant writing at Clark University. That application was not an easy application. I've written state and federal applications for the city, for the Worcester Public Schools, for the United Way. I'm not new to this rodeo. That was a hard application for me to fill out. We have multiple organizations in both my coalitions that are trying for funding through this ARPA process. They're representing our most vulnerable people, and particularly our most vulnerable families. They struggled with this application. I do want to appreciate that the previous process in the ARPA process to do the community needs assessment, all of that was terrific. The data that you came up with, all of that was great. When it comes down to the actual application, the language is very, very challenging, even for someone like me. The certificate of good standing had a broken link. We went to another place. We were told as a nonprofit we couldn't fill it out. I had to write Peter. Peter wrote me back with a different link. Now, these are the kind of things as a professional grant writer, I roll my sleeves up and I go, okay, I'm going to beat this thing. But I can't expect Mari Gonzalez or Jane Kamani of U High for Health to do that. You know, you have to have some experience to fight that bureaucracy and that bureaucratic language. I do hope very strongly that the review committee will look very closely at the applications that are closest to the ground. These are the people we need helping our families through this very desperate time. My final plea is to say to you all, our families are in trouble. They're looking at the winter. Thank you, Councillor Haji. They're looking at the winter with fear. They're worried. Their rents have gone up. Their heating bills are going up. They're trying to
Grant applications are not easy to write, and personal experience, ARPA-related grant applications are
we
incredibly
all need to rise
hard to
and
write,
take care of
which
our
goes
families.
counter
So
to the
thank you.
entire spirit of
Totally. The way she
Yeah.
just framed that, though, is extremely helpful, Bill. Just as someone who went through the application process for PPP and EIDL loans for COVID on the private business side, I mean, I was able to complete most of that off the top of my head. And like the money was just shoveled on private industry for that. To
Yeah.
think that not-for-profits that are actually serving the public are complaining about the challenges, professional grant writers are complaining about the challenges of accomplishing essentially the exact same goal is nothing short of shameful.
Yeah, and it like entirely against the spirit of
right
what ARPA should be doing.
Here just as a board member, but a
It's like worse than doing fucking taxes.
going there.
And I get that grants in general are hard, but like in this particular case, like we removed every bit of friction possible for private businesses to stay afloat at the start and through COVID. The idea that we're not doing the same for not-for-profits is abhorrent.
Yeah. I mean, if we were able to dispense, direct checks, fucking to every household in America,
And
like,
a quarter of them just went to go and buy Lambos for like fraudulent PPP applications and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
Be reached to
to solve the problem that is going on at the health center. Thank you.
Thank you. You should name, see your residence and item number.
Good evening, buenas noches. My name is Ruth Rodriguez Fay. I want to begin because I think some of you have heard me say this before.
God,
but
I
hope that you would take my
had one
suggestion
coffee meeting with Ruth,
tomorrow. The
like
U.S. Census
back in like
Bureau report
2017,
found the 10 worst states
and
for
I learned
Latinos
so
to
much
live
in that.
Guess which one is
She's
worst?
awesome.
Massachusetts. And I spoke to the congressman who promised that we were going to do a forum to discuss this report, because let me tell you, for someone that has been working in this city for decades, I can tell you that everything on that report, Worcester falls right into it. And I just find it so interesting that when I first started working in the
All right.
Worcester Public School as the
We got to get
first
the
school
dark
committee
petty memes going.
liaison, the majority of students were white. The curriculum
Joe Petty has
for
gone
the
dark petty.
services was great. And
He's the
today,
Joker.
because the majority of
He's
students are
sickofied.
Latinos and Black, we've seen, I mean, we had students testify before you, telling you that in the Black and Latino student, in the 12 year of schooling, they never had a Black teacher. And so I just wanted, us to come together and try to, in the world that we live in. So some of the things that, the report says, Massachusetts has the highest Latino youth incarceration, the highest Latino youth school dropout, and I call it push out. We had the worst health service. And for me, what's happening at the Family Health Center is painful, because from the beginning, I remember, and I've been a patient at the clinic, and our community really needs the service that that center offers, and not have any bilingual, doctors, and then the translator have been fired, and now people are waiting for months to get an appointment. This is not right. This is not humane. So I'm just begging you, let's work together and end the inhumanity that we see in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. I see nobody else. So. Should name and see your residence.
If you could please call me Uwoduhi. I'm actually here.
Oh, new sign. New sign.
That'd be good. So I'm trying to be better. So I'm here speaking on the Queen Street 9K, I think it is.
Yeah.
And you all know the story. You guys are involved. But I can't go anywhere without people, like I said, asking me about that place. I was a part of Epica when we petitioned it in 2019. So my grandson, he did this. What's that say? Because they do. They hate Queen Street. My grandson, this is from my grandson, because he knows what I went through in there.
What's it say?
Still going
Foster
through in there.
kids hate
One of
Queen
my
Street?
friends just died in there.
Yeah.
And her sister died in there. And I was there, so he wants to know, how is that open? It's what, 1,300 square foot, and you lost a body for 2 weeks. I'm not going to stop talking about that. I'm actually trying to get a hold of the sister-in-law, because nothing's changed. I went in there.
I don't actually know what she's talking about, do you?
For getting water. And how are you putting bodies, like it's 40 people can go in there, and there's like 135 in the winter. So you're in violation. Maddie Cassell.
No, I know she's talking about Queen Street, but or they're talking about Queen Street, but the body
get a blanket. So
that went missing for 2 weeks.
I'm out there with people that are sick and tired of this place, and you guys don't care. And I want to know who has the power. Who has the power for these homeless? Please tell me. And did you also apologize to the Nipmunks for the genocide around here? Did you? I'll bring my grandson in here. You guys need to fucking get some balls.
Okay, you're done. Thank you. Yeah. Anybody else want
Love
to
it.
speak? Sir, do you want, this your name, so your residence, and
We should pack the room with like 40, 50 people just to stand up, give their name, residence. Fuck you, Joe. And just
use your name.
Yeah,
for-
just go. Just
I'm a long resident. I've lived in Tower Street, Worcester since 1970. I'm here to speak against the permanent ban on jet skis on Indian Lake. I don't think the permanent ban is necessary. I believe the council should look into other avenues such as launch fees or residents only on the lake. I think the safety of the lake is the most important issue brought up here. Everybody should enjoy the lake.
That's true. The Nipmucs actually burned Worcester to the ground twice, specifically because settlers were swearing too much.
On the lake.
third time's the charm.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, there's
I think
what else are we
it's
gonna do?
just Another case of people's rights being taken away. The first issue that was brought up that the lake isn't big enough. The Commonwealth's bylaws says that a body of water has to be over 75 acres. Indian Lake is over 210 acres.
Brian, I'm going to leave you for a second. My computer is not handling this well right now.
No problem at all.
I need to let it sit. I'll try to move to my phone for a second, but
Yeah.
Are you getting like glitched out like audio?
You are a little glitchy, but
Yeah, my something's dragging my computer down. Give me a sec. I'll try to switch to my phone.
I've had a boat, I've had canoes, I've had many other watercraft. I moor my vehicles on the water. I would only have to use the launch once a year, but for it to be a permanent ban and to have everyone's rights and not even considered, I just couldn't go without speaking. I have not heard any other opposition to the ban being permanent, and I just wanted to at least get my opinion out there and hope the council would take it in consideration. And when they do send it to the manager for formation of a council, I would like, hopefully that would be made public as soon as possible to see that information is shared, because the website for the council has been very confusing and hard to be able to follow, to find out when we're going to be able to know exactly what's done. I thank you all for your consideration on this matter.
Thank you.
I like to think that guy's just smashing Fireball
name
out on
and
his
the
jet ski,
residence,
enjoying his best life.
Henderson, 118 Tower Street. That happens to be my brother. So can you guess what I'm going to say, right? I also oppose the ban. It's indiscriminate. It's basically carte blanche. I have family members who live on Holden Street, Proctor Street, Matson Ave, and Tower.
When did that happen, Main South Mom?
Around the lake, and we're looking for a place to utilize these watercraft responsibly. Okay, so if there's other alternatives that could be considered other than a ban, a carte blanche ban, I hope that could be considered. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing nobody else. I get some people on the phone.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think since public participation in person has concluded, we can go on some folks who are online. The first calling user I can identify is Denise Stack. I'm going to try to mute the resident now. Can you please state your name and city of residence?
Sure. My name is Denise Egan Stack, and I'm a resident of Worcester and live on Proctor Street. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Great. So I'm here again to speak in favor of the jet ski ban on Indian Lake. And so here are the main points as I see it. Year after year, many jet ski users, not all, have blatantly disregarded Massachusetts boating regulations. And as a result, they've caused significant personal injury and property damage. Indian Lake, per Massachusetts boating regulations, is too small for jet skis. And most importantly, there simply are not sufficient resources to patrol the lake. That is the reality. The rest feels like a distraction. The issue about not getting the information requested, distraction. The concern that this is a landowner versus non-landowner issue, distraction. Anything related to Lake Quincy, distraction. This being a lack of education issue, distraction. Jet skis are a major safety concern. The lake is too small. There are no resources to patrol the lake. I urge you, city councilors, to vote on this issue as the
I would really like to
situation
hear
is
more about
and not get stuck on how it should
her
be.
safety and
City
property
residents have
concerns.
been working
That
on getting a
seems
jet
like a
ski
really
ban
bold
for
statement to
2
make,
years at least. We've done every single thing
and
required of us
possibly
during
a
this time.
distraction.
We've shown up to meetings, we've shared our stories, we've done our research, we've done our part. Now it's time for city councilors to do theirs. It's time for you to protect your constituents' safety and vote to adopt a jet ski ban on Indian Lake. If this ban isn't adopted and things remain as they are, reckless jet ski behavior on Indian Lake will cause serious injury to someone, and the city's failure to respond to this ticking time bomb will be the reason why. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker identifies Ann Bureau. I'm going to try to unmute the resident now. Can you please state your name and city of residence?
This is Ann Bureau, Mower Street, Worcester, Mass. I'm calling in about the on behalf of the undocumented task force of Worcester Together. We have also heard concerns about the Family Health Center and would love a forum where the community could come and provide very needed feedback. But we also feel it's very important to hear from the staff. And I would just be in agreement with Faith Tendo had also shared, to really to honor what the staff is doing and to try to remedy the situation, and also listen to the staff of the Family Health Center in addition to community input. Thank you very much. And also, I've heard as well that the ARP application has been very challenging, and so the additional support was very necessary during the process. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ann.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is David Slotkin. I'm going to try to unmute David now. David,
We're just going to have to imagine what David's wearing tonight, but I'm sure he looks fantastic.
Yeah, you know he's still looking fly off stream.
We can. Please state your name and city of residence.
Yes, David Slatkin, Worcester, Massachusetts. Live on Mayfair Street. I am calling in regards to the city mayor search, or the new, not city mayor, excuse me, the new city manager. First of all,
We
I
have
just
one of
think
those
that,
too.
this has nothing to do with the.
Felt like that was partly intentional.
I think that this really just comes from a democratic process in terms of having a proper search in which we can let the.
Not yet, but I would love to hear people from Worcester, England call and talk about football. That'd be fantastic.
For this position, I think it's an embarrassment that this conversation keeps happening about whether or not to appoint the acting city manager to a full-time position. It's not fair to that individual to have their name continually brought through the press. And at the same time, it's something that all the city councilors and mayor agreed to when this happened in terms of having a fair and democratic committee and process. So I think trying to shorten that just really shows why we can't keep city diversity officers, why diversity and equity are continuing to be an issue in Worcester, why it is a city that is an incredible example of gentrification for central Massachusetts and New England. And, I think that also bleeds into other issues that much more qualified and intelligent individuals have spoken to this evening. I'll cede my time to others who can speak more intelligently about them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker identifies Anita K. I'm going to try to mute the resident now.
Hi, this is Anita Kostecki at 57 Beachmont Street. I wanted to speak about 12A, the request to open forum about the Family Health Center of Worcester.
Yes, yes, you should.
I went to UMass Medical
With
School
6 or 7
from
different names.
1992 to 95. I'm sorry, up until 1992, and then I joined the residency at Family Health Center of Worcester, which at the time was on Main Street and known as Family Health Center, Family Health and Social Services. I'm one of a very long lineage of physicians who trained at this institution, and I still practice in Worcester. I practice at the Edward M. Kennedy Center in Tacoma Street. And I think the possibility that Family Health Center of Worcester could close its doors permanently is primarily an incredible loss to the community in terms of.
Nico has done a
services
good job with that. And
to
it's,
underserved
that's
members of
become
our
one of the
community,
things.
immigrant and
There
refugee
was a time where I
populations,
definitely was like, I don't
as
know,
well
would
as,
find it challenging to get
populations that simply need that
gender
access to
pronouns right and whatnot. But
to and have
it's
affordable
such an easy
access to
switch to make.
healthcare.
And I feel like that's
It is
a
huge,
pretty
huge loss to
decent
the
litmus
community
test to
beyond
use to
that in
decide
terms
whether or
of
not you're
the
dealing with an
frontline
asshole or not
physicians
is,
like myself who've continued to
if they're
work
not
in the city
cognizant
of
of that,
Worcester,
especially if they're speaking in
and live
public.
in the city of Worcester and spend my entire career. That would not have happened had I not started my training at Family Health Center of Worcester. So not only are you closing doors to the patients who depend on those services for the health and well-being of their children and their families and their parents, but also you're closing the doors on a very important stream of physician workforce who really come to this city to learn from people like Lucy Candid, who spoke at the beginning of this meeting, and to carry on that tradition of taking care of our own here in the city of Worcester. So I request that not only do we have that open forum, but the city comes as much as it is able forward with support to keep that institution open, to continue to support patients and physicians like myself.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, the Vice Speaker identified as DJ Gove. I'm going to try to unmute the resident now. Can you please state your name and city of residence?
Okay. Okay, so.
Okay, not hearing from the resident.
Okay.
That concludes virtual public participation.
Okay, so we are, let's go back, so house cleaning stuff. We have the approval of the minutes. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera? Councilor Rivera? Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. So we have to go back those other items, 3 items that have been held, 15A, D, and E, need to be taken on a roll call.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, there's some folks that weren't able to get on the call. Is it possible to suspend the rules and go back to them for public
Yeah,
participation?
we'll finish this and we'll do that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Mr. King, Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to make sure I'm keeping abreast here. 15A is what?
Is associate identifying executive search firm tasked with aiding and hiring process of the permanent city manager.
Mattel's always a
15A
team player.
Is regarding the East Park Little League field renovation project.
Yeah,
And
like
15E is the same thing.
I'd like to speak on 15A, Mr. Chairman.
We just went through that. It's been held.
It's separate. We
It-
went
it's-
through
oh,
8A. I was speaking on, I asked to speak on 8A. I didn't speak about 15A.
When people hold the item at the beginning of the meeting, we can change the rules if you want, but that's what we do.
Hopefully that'll come to committee.
What's that?
Hopefully that'll come to my committee rule change.
Yeah, okay. So, and it's the same answer. It's just, this is what we've done for the last 20 years. you know?
No, it's not. Well, again, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to suspend the rules so I can speak on 15A.
Okay, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
No.
Councilor Calorio?
No.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
No.
Councilor Nia? Councilor Rivera? Councilor Rivera?
She's put like this, yes.
Okay, I can't hear, but
Yes.
yes, she's got a thumb up. Okay.
No.
Councilor Russell?
No.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty?
No. Okay, so 15A, 15A on a roll call to hold. Roll call.
How many votes do we need for this?
4 votes. Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman.
All right, that should be good now.
Chairman,
We're in the middle of a roll call. Hang on, let's finish the roll call.
which item is it on?
What's that?
Which item? It's 2 separate items.
Oh, we're doing 15A. I figured you want to do them separately. So,
So apparently we were kind of talking over a vote to
We're doing 15A roll call.
in the
Councilor
last
Gia?
agenda
No.
to
Councilor King?
allow people without
This is to vote, right?
citizenship to vote, and they voted it
Councilmember
down.
Carlson?
That's what Rivera took off the table.
Councilor Nguyen?
Oh, no kidding.
Councilor Rivera?
Yeah, that's kind of big, guys.
No. I don't
think,
know why Councilor Rivera's audio. Maybe Councilor Rivera come back in, leave and come back in. Councilor Rose?
So
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna have to go back and grab that. But
Yeah.
that's what Soraya Rivera took off the table, and then it got
14A.
voted down,
Yes.
which is
Councilor Russell?
disheartening. I don't know. We were just
Mayor Petty?
riffing
Yes.
over it. We weren't paying attention.
Yes.
It happens.
15A is held for the next meeting.
15D and 15E is motion to hold. Roll call.
I'll go. Let me go back and find the
Gloria?
exact
Yes.
wording of the
Gia?
item.
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Rivera? Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Christian should just be an asshole and hold everything on the agenda tonight.
Yeah,
7A.
fucking why not?
Mr. Chairman, sorry. Point of order.
Oh,
Could
we have
go
people-
back to the
oh, I
folks?
forgot.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Do we have anybody else?
So, Mr. Mayor, I think we went through Denise Stack.
Yeah, we did that.
We also went to DJ Gove. I can try to unmute DJ Gove one more time.
Is that it?
And then I think one more calling user joined since then,
Oh,
Marcel
he's
Blaise.
unmuted. This is your name and city of residence?
Donald Gove, resident of Worcester. Talking about the jet ski issue, the personal watercraft ban on Indian Lake. I know I've been at, I think we're at 4 or 5 of these now. But, I mean, it's disappointing that it's taken this long to get this wrapped up. But, we talked about, the environmental impacts and the quality of life, et cetera, et cetera. But the biggest thing is,
Yeah, it was 26C on the last agenda,
we need more information. People need to be educated.
and it
et
was
cetera.
just in order to research the feasibility of allowing legal residents who have not been naturalized yet to vote on the local level,
Control our lake.
and that
They require
failed
no one. We have no one that can drive it.
by
We have no
uh,
officers to
I don't
use
know what the vote
on a
was.
regular basis. The city's not going to hire police officers just to patrol the lake. These meetings, not this one this week, but before, have been very heavy in favor of the ban. The only person that I know of that has been against it is the gentleman who's there in person tonight. And no offense to the gentleman there, but I'm pretty sure last time we had this meeting, it came out, he actually lives in Shrewsbury. He's not a Worcester resident, and he just doesn't like the jet skis on Lake Quincy, which is a lake that is not only a Worcester lake, but a Shrewsbury lake with a ramp on the Shrewsbury side and 2 Shrewsbury police officers dedicated to the waterway, something that none of the waterways in Worcester have on our side. Also, it's not free to dock your vehicle over on Lake Quincy. You have to pay for it, something that we don't have on our side. If they don't just outright ban the jet skis, someone is going to be severely hurt. Again, it's happened a bunch of times. I've seen it happen. It's happened next door to me. I've seen multiple accidents on this lake. There's just really there's no reason for it. The water is too small, despite what people say. There is no one with the resources to police it, and the city's not going to be able to find the resources to police it. And I used the analogy last time, but it's no different than if you had people riding dirt bikes through Elm Park. It would not take this much effort to get dirt bikes banned from Elm Park. So all we're asking for is people who own land is the same courtesy anyone who lives next to a park or any other open space lives, and to have a better quality of life and be able to use the land around the property we own. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a pretty shitty analogy. A better analogy would be if like people were getting killed constantly in crosswalks and the city couldn't do anything about it. We should just fucking ban cars.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Hi, I'm Marcel.
Yeah.
I have been a Worcester City resident since 2007. I've lived
But that
on
would never
Broad
be a
Street
problem
since
here.
2013. And I'd like to speak on item 1015C, the jet ski ban. I've
Bryan,
spoken at many meetings on this issue over the
they
past
apparently they're
7
talking about draining Indian Lake in
I
the
want to
winter.
make the case that Indian Lake is too small for jet
So I
skis
guess
based
Bryan
on
asked if it'd
small
be okay if
size
he
and
rode his
layout of
dirt bike
lake
in the lake.
and the state voting regulations. I won't reiterate that analysis now, as I've made that argument many times to the council. It's on record. You're familiar with it.
Yeah,
and I think
I
it's
mean,
quite a
this
strong
goes back to our overall point, and like I said last week, I cannot give a shit about whether or not there are jet skis on Indian Lake. I just don't give a shit. And this is a classic example of the city council seeing the extent of their job as to being responding to property owning residents' concerns.
The need for enforcement of these dangerous machines simply cannot be met. We have this
dangerous machines.
Very
There's
dangerous.
a desire also for better education of jet ski operators. That's a massive task that extends well beyond what the city can do. The boating regulations are state regulations, not city regulations. Indian Lake's status as a Great Pond is a state classification, not a city classification. To change how the community of jet ski users is educated or licensed is a much larger issue. It's a state issue, not a city issue. The city and state agencies involved have spoken. The community has spoken. We residents have attended and spoken at many of these meetings over the past several years. And we as a community have spoken loudly, clearly, and quite overwhelmingly in support of a full and permanent jet ski ban. I urge Councillor King to stop stalling this vote. I urge the council to move forward with a vote on a permanent ban tonight. I urge the councilors to vote now, yay or nay, based on your understanding of the situation, given the data.
All this guy is accomplishing is making me want to take the mufflers off my motorcycle and run straight pipes for the rest of my life.
To properly enforce the boating regulations for jet ski use on Indian Lake, and the manner in which the state educates and licenses jet ski users can be overhauled, then a new motion can be brought to the council in the future to remove the permanent ban. It's the responsibility
Well, then it wouldn't be a
of the
permanent
council as
ban.
our elected officials to vote now, given the information and the situation as it is.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Casey Burns. I'm going to try to mute the resident now.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Casey Burns. I'm a resident of Worcester, Mass. I'm here to speak on 16 A and B about ARPA. And I just wanted to say I've been a member of the Worcester Together Logistics Committee and the Worcester Together team since the beginning of the pandemic. Really a group that's done a lot of amazing accomplishments in pulling people together and developing resources. We ran a hot meals program for about 36,000 meals to COVID positive residents, supported, opening up a women's shelter, supported, coordinating volunteer placements for city residents. I'm really proud of this work and really felt it was an obligation and an honor to partner with the city on supporting the ARPA process for equitable funding distribution and recovery. And we have been working in partnership with the city, according to the city manager's memo on the funding distribution to support this process. And I think made a lot of really incredible strides in making this process more equitable. However, there's still significant challenges that exist. And this isn't specific to the city, it's specific to the funding community in general. But just for example, with this ARPA process, we actually set up TA support with professional grant writers that were coordinated by the Greater Worcester Community Foundation to support small organizations that didn't have grant writers. We supported 27 different organizations with one-on-one appointments to overcome technical barriers, spell check, like anything that they needed in order to be able to get their applications in. If Worcester, which I know we do and we share this vision, is to become a city of innovation and of equity. We really hope to be able to continue to lean into these partnerships to kind of understand and honor that we know the city's under incredible pressure, but the community also has incredible gifts to be able to offer and insights and to be able to continue this kind of collaboration. Really appreciate the work and all the counselors and this focus on making this the most accessible process that it can be. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think that's the last resident that had their hand raised. If you're still, wishing to speak on the Zoom platform, please raise your hands. Otherwise, that concludes public participation.
Okay, so we are all set. Okay, we are going to 7A. Order of Council Russell in accordance with Rule 30 of the rules of the City Council. Council Russell hereby requests reconsideration of a vote taken by City Council on September 2022 to adopt the communication of the City Manager recommended City Council approval to increase the hourly pay rates for the majority of the winter operations hired equipment as presented by the City Manager. So we need a roll call on the reconsideration. Then we will go to
Mr. Chairman, this is
Council
a
Russell.
pretty simple issue. It's just an issue at the meeting. I know you weren't there at the last meeting, but I
Ah, boy.
sure if it was enough
You can open it up.
to attract staff, the trucks. And the commissioner has said to me that he wants to take another look at it. So I think what we'd like to do is send it to the committee and have a discussion at that level.
Okay, so a roll call to reconsider and refer to Public Works. Take those, I'll do the reconsideration. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Mian, Council Rivera. Yes, she's still having technical difficulties.
Yeah,
Council
that's why
Rose,
still.
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey, and Mayor Petty.
Yes, motions refer back to refer to Public Works. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King, Council Merrill
Yes.
Carlson, Council Rivera. Yes, okay, Council Rose. Oh, now we can hear you, Council.
Okay.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Petitions 9A, we refer to the Planning Board. 9B, we refer to Public Works. 9C to 9J to Traffic and Parking. Anybody on those items? So motions refer those to committees collectively. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next is K. Rhonda Hicks requests council provide an opportunity to speak concerning police details as well as violations of Smart Shelter on Queen Street. So we've done that. We can file that.
So without 15A is held, 15D, 15E is
9K
held.
we already did it. So
That means that we're just going to be doing inclusionary zoning, the racial equity report,
Council Caloria,
and the jet ski ban,
9K is the
which is enough to keep us here till
ever. We got the opportunity to speak
fucking
concerning
next
police
week.
details
So
as well as violations of the Smart Shelter on Queen Street.
Yes.
Council Haji, Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next is the Fire Department. Recommend adoption of an order to approve a 5-year contract term for the public safety CAD and RMS replacement. Adopt on a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, we have finance items 10.37A through G, 10.38A, 10.40A through C, A through C. Anybody have any questions? So we can take them collectively on a roll call. Hang on one second. Everybody all set? Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Chairman's orders 11A to 11C, motions to adopt, roll call.
I am excited to hear a little bit more, or not
Caloria,
excited isn't the right word, I
Haji,
guess,
Yes.
but
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill
the
Carlson,
loan order in the 12 section from Rivera,
Yes.
which some people spoke
Rose,
on
Yes.
about
Russell,
the Family Health
Council
Center.
Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Just want to know what's going on there. I
Yeah.
mean, I know it was a huge blow when
We're on
UMass
12A.
closed
Request
the
Community
Bell
Public
Hill
Health
Neighborhoods
Service
Community Health
form
Center.
between the Members of the community, the city
So I
administration,
wonder
representatives from the Family Health Center of
if this
Worcester.
might be about Pernay
Provide an
or
opportunity for all interested parties to voice their concerns relative to the operations of the Family Health Center of Worcester. Council Rivera.
here we go.
Can you hear us? Oh, you're muted. You're on mute.
Oh boy, come on, Sarai.
You're on mute still. There you go. Let's try now.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Can you read that item again? I'm sorry.
Sure. It says a request
Okay, so we're hearing.
request the Committee on Public Health and Human Services host an open forum between the members of the community, the city administration, representatives from the Family Health Center, in an effort to provide an opportunity for all interested parties to voice their concerns relative to the operations of the Family Health Center of Worcester.
The glasses are allowed, but I like a loud glass, a
Thank you, Mr.
loud
Chairman. I
face
apologize
piece.
for the technical difficulties, but so basically, I just wanted to, we've been hearing a lot from residents, people who work there, and we just want to be able to have an opportunity for people to be able to ask questions, voice their concerns. I spoke to the CEO, Lou Brady, in the last couple days, and he was he's in favor of having this meeting in order to be able to respond to community concerns, respond to community questions. But also I want to, I've also have an opportunity to meet with providers, with community stakeholders. And there's many people also, Mr. Chairman, yourself as the mayor, the city manager, and our state delegation has been working very aggressively with this. And I really appreciate everyone's support. As we know, this Family Health Center is a vital aspect of this community. And we want to continue to keep it as such. There's a lot at stake here. So I look forward to be able to having a public forum where the CEO can be able to have a conversation with community where people can ask questions and for us collectively as a city and with the organization to figure out what we can do to continue to move this forward. Again, I welcome community, people who work there, providers, to be part of this conversation and see how we move this forward. And again, I want to thank, again, the city manager and yourself, Mr. Chairman, and our state delegation that continues to work on this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion is to the standing committee. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell? Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay, we have 13A and B. The motion is to accept. 14A, the motion is to accept and adopt. And 14B and 14 to 14E, the motion is to accept. And take those collectively on the roll call. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay, this is table on privilege. Before we get into some of the bigger items, maybe some of the small items, let people go. We have 15G, which we can send to MO, was the city manager information communication relative to the report concerning the legality of asking property owners to fill out financial statistics on their properties or be fined and not completing said statistic analysis, as well as what the city does with said data.
Mr. Chairman, I need to recuse myself according to the city solicitor.
Which one is this?
Okay.
E?
Yeah, the financial docs for
Council Merrill Carlson.
Yes,
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
Chairman. This item was put here because there's several folks, constituents that I have that had asked about this particular item. And so there's several questions that they asked. And one of them, Mr. Chairman, is what is it that we, the city, do with this information is a question. So I'd ask through the chair to whether it's going to be Mr. McGurthy or whether it's going to be our assessor. So through the chair to our assessor, again, the question is, what is it that we're doing with this information? Where is this information stored? Is this information made public?
Mr. Sosa?
So the information that is requested on the income expense form 30D is regarding the income and expenses as it pertains to the property itself, not to the business that is maybe leasing the space from that particular property owner. It's from the revenue that's being generated and the expenses as part of the property itself. So the information that is on those forms.
Who's this
is not
hitman?
information. In fact, it's very clear. It even makes it will even state that on the front page.
What's
of
this
the
fucking John
that
Wick?
the information is confidential and is only for the sole use of the assessor's office.
What are we watching? Sexy Beast right now?
One of the questions that you had, please?
Also, shouts
So
out Sexy
the
Beast. That's
question
one of the
from
best
the
action
constituents
movies, mafia movies ever.
is, what is it that we do with this information? Where is this information stored? Is this information made public? And I believe you just made the comment that it is not.
I don't care what he has. He looks badass as fuck. It's cool.
Is that correct?
Correct. Thank you. Through the chair to Madam Councilor Carlson. So the information that is requested on these forms, what I do with them is I will input them into our CAMA database, which is a repository for pretty much everything in the world of assessing, whether it's property information, income information, sketches, interior, exterior data, etc. But I create a model for every single one of the commercial property types and income lines. This information goes into that statistical model, and I do my market analysis every year from it. And I will derive what's known as the vacancy factors from this, the expense ratios, as well as what the local market rents are. This information on these forms is critical in helping me as the assessor
you, sir.
value correctly all of the income producing properties within the city. One of the most important components, though, for the taxpayer that is often overlooked is that when I send out this particular form, the assessing division makes a formal request through writing. We mail out these forms to the property owners that are in class 3 and 4, which is commercial, industrial, mixed use, and also apartment units that are greater than 4 units. So they'd be class code 111 and up. When I send them out, they have 60 days to return those forms to me completed. Now, there are some exceptions, of course. If it's owner occupied and the person has their own business there, they don't really need to submit as much information because owner occupied is not going to be indicative of what the fair market rents are. But they are going to be indicative of the expense ratios, oftentimes utility costs, insurance costs, et cetera. Those are data points I really like. So at the end of the day, though, if the taxpayer, property owner, does not submit this form after we've mailed it out, they lose their right to appeal. And I'm trying to protect that for all taxpayers by letting them know that we send this form out every year. We also wanted to inform them that if they don't
Pay your
submit
motor
it,
vehicle excise tax so this guy shows up at your house.
so I don't want the taxpayer to be unaware of that component. We've sent out numerous
Be like,
mailings along with cover letters.
yes, here's my $60
over the last several
sir.
years that I've been here that have outlined all of this very clearly to the property owners that were sent this form. In addition, this year, not only did we mail out every single one of those forms through certified mail, return receipt, but we also pulled out as many undevelopable vacant land parcels that we knew were not going to be part of, there's no revenue stream on them. And so those were taken out of the list. We did mail roughly 4,714 forms out this year. And I could go on about this, but it really is something that is important for me to build my models.
And I
It's his
appreciate
goddamn
all
model.
that information. I guess the question for the residents is many other communities ask for this information. And under Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 38D, it reads may. It doesn't say that we have to, as a community, do this. So the question is, why is it that we, and
You
why
know,
is
it's just,
that we made a
it's kind of
decision
funny
to send these out,
that
and if people do not
this
respond, we as a city
woman we're
made a
watching
decision to
speak right
send them
now
a fine.
is
So
feared
again, it
and brutal
says
and
that
vicious,
we may,
like
if
behind the
we're looking
scenes,
to
right?
collect data,
Like
and I know that this is
you know nothing about Worcester,
I'm also wondering
and
why
you look at
is it
this and
that
you're just
we're
like,
not
oh,
able
I'm bored
same
to
data
tears
that all of
by
our realtors use across the
this person.
Commonwealth, quite
I
frankly,
just
across the
I
country to collect
I don't
that
see that
data.
there's
So,
much
but
passion there.
most
But
importantly
then,
is, how
man,
many fines have we sent out
she
this year?
has a reputation for just being someone you
So
don't
That's question
fuck with at
how
all.
many fines
Ever.
have we sent out this week?
And that's awesome.
Through the chair to
I'm
Mayor
really
Council.
surprised she didn't try to fuck with me back
I don't have the
after
exact count, but I do know that the Excel
writing about
spreadsheet
the East
that I
Park
sent over
situation.
to our CFO has the
I
total
expected
count.
some sort of at least like
I
phone
do
call or
recall
email or
there
anything.
being, roughly
The silence is
52%
kind of nerve wracking.
of the property owners that didn't respond. So we were close to 50%.
So the second piece of this is through the chair. What is it that we do with that money that we collect the fines? If we're receiving 52%, or, well, we're probably not getting the 52% of those fines back, I'm sure, at this point. But the question is, what are we doing with that money that we collect as a fine that we're assessing these property owners?
Through the chair to Councilor Carlson, I believe that those funds will be deposited into the city's general fund. I could confirm with our CFO.
Okay.
Through the chair, just to build on what the assessor said, so there were about 3,200 people who assessed the fine. In prior years, our response rate on the 38D has been about 30%, meaning when we're trying to understand 100% of the city and its income and expenses and what the property values are, we can only use.
Yeah, I mean, South Mom can't do that.
To understand that number. So that's why the decision was made that we have to implement the law fully. And to the councilor's point,
Worcester
it says
City
May
Hall,
about the 38D.
built
We've
for
done that
and by the rentier
all
class.
my memory of kind of how the city is operated. The 38D is going to appear, but then it says if it's not responded to,
I really want to get into this.
the fee, and that's why that
Sounds like
fee
the
has
most
been
boring
assessed.
thing in the world, but
That fee through the chair
there's this
to Mr.
Marxist
McGurk,
economic
that
theory called
fee that we're sending out
uneven
now,
development.
when did we start sending that fee?
Last year was the first year that the fee was sent. And if
that I
may
want to
just
try to
build on
apply to
what
Worcester
City
because it
Secretary
makes so
Brady,
much
those are
sense.
general revenues to the city. They go
It's
into
like
the budget
cities need to be
process
broken
that
down and then rebuilt in order for capital to efficiently
All right,
flow
so
through
it's
them.
just through the chair
Like
to
they need to
you,
be
Mr. McGurk.
like
I don't recall
while
seeing
one city
one
is being raised up, another city
fines
has
that
to
we
be
receive from
like
this
hollowed out,
particular
and
item,
it has to go like
and
this
how
in
much
order
it
for
was. That is
capital to
my
flow
question.
freely enough for the whole thing
You
to
know,
work.
we have made a
And
decision to
it just
do
makes so much
something
sense for
differently.
Worcester that
And I guess for
it would
me,
go through
the
a period
question
of just
really
being torn
that I'm
apart,
struggling
and
with
now
why is it that we can't get this information
that's not the
no
case
differently
anymore. It's
than
just
I said,
like
through realtors use this
rampant.
every
Like,
single day in their business.
so
We can do the
Providence suffering so we can prosper, right? It'd be more like,
decision
yeah.
to say to folks who own property and own
This book
income.
coming out that I listened to a podcast with the author, he applies the theory to Troy, New York,
paperwork. If you
versus
don't,
like
then
New
we're
York
going
City,
to
like
assess
that,
you
or like those
$50.
cities in New York State
Now, most
versus New York
people are
City.
going to pay that $50 from the
But
constituents that I have
the
spoken
parallel
to.
there
They
between
would much
Boston
rather pay
and
that
all the
$50.
other
And
what
the
we would
reason they
call
much
gateway
rather pay
cities
$50 is
in
because you have on
Massachusetts
that
is
form under
also
pains of
apropos.
penalty and
It's an
perjury and
interesting
all that.
idea.
And like they say,
Yeah,
we don't have
yeah. His
guns
name is
of what this
fuck. I
is.
already
So
forget.
therefore, we're stuck with now
Yeah, he
paying
was
a
on
fine.
TrueAnon.
And if you look across Massachusetts, not
David
everybody is
Banks,
in this fine.
and
So I guess
he's got a
I'm
book coming out
really
about it.
struggling with,
Um,
don't you think we should have known?
and man, I can't recommend that podcast enough. That is that's the best political podcast I've ever listened to in my life.
38D form out
I
of the state.
understand that.
And that many communities.
I'm going to see him
distribute this form
live in
we did check
on
to
November
confirm
8th,
Boston
election day. I won't be here for election day.
fine, Lowell, Lawrence, all assessed
Not that
the
it
fine.
like
We're not
matters
alone in that. And the
for
state law
Worcester
is
stuff
clear
anymore.
that if you distribute this survey,
Or really for
you
anything. I
are
think everything was
required to
decided
fine
already.
the lack of response. The key for us, as the assessor said, is it is very
Yeah, the
restricted.
Synanon
It says
series. Oh
comprehensive
boy,
information, not about the property,
that's crazy stuff.
the companies within the
Yeah,
property.
that's super
any of
crazy
those
stuff.
entities. It's about the land itself, the building itself, and the values determined from that. And so under the Chapter 38D of Mass General Law, the assessor is entitled to that information.
Funny thing about TrueAnon is I have friends that were in the hardcore scene in San Francisco for many years,
definitely
and they
understand what
knew
you're saying
Bryce
in terms
Belden
of
from that when he was
not
like
been assessed in the
a
past, but
junkie.
I believe that was an oversight. And when
And
we
apparently he was like
a clear
a
shadow
really
assessment
funny
fine,
guy.
if it's not
And
Obviously, it
my
was an
friend
oversight in many other
Dan
communities
remembers.
as well. And I,
Yeah,
you
right.
know,
This is worse than jet skis.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Somehow worse than jet skis. I can't care about this at all.
You're looking to reach a goal
But
here.
he's
What we've
Bryce
found
Belden is
out
Jewish, and apparently
that
he
we
used
want
to like
gather all
wear
of
this
your
trench coat all the time. And one time he was walking into a convenience store and he flashed the trench coat open and had a screwdriver pin,
So
and he said he
here's
was
what's
going
happening.
undercover.
And
which
the assessor
which
said
is
it
just
himself,
such a
but the
funny thing.
response rate is
That's
business.
sick. He's a cool
What's
guy.
happening is the accountants are saying to all of their clients, pay the $50.
Yeah, DSA. I don't know. If you're still involved in DSA, that's great.
Answering these
But
questions because this
it's kind of
really is an
running
accountant who should be filling out
course.
this paperwork. So are we saying as a city that if you own a piece of property, we're now asking?
Yeah, they really are. I mean, Chapo and
out.
TrueAnon are like just the sort of
So those
the
are
best.
the concerns from the people.
The
who
best
have
public intellectuals the left has
owned
right now.
property
I'm sorry to
Yeah.
very long time,
interrupt,
and it's
Bill,
very
but
clear
what Candy's saying right
that
now is kind of what I was getting at last week a little bit when I was talking about how a lot of our rent increases are because
family lives in. They don't
local, small
know
local landlords have
that
they
shop
don't run their
that
buildings like a business.
is really
Like Candy just
Yeah.
said that like you need an accountant to fill out like this information, which all this is profit and loss, right? Like the basic stuff that any business owner has off the top of their head. And she's framing this as though it's like a burden on, and it very well may be a burden on a small landlord. But it's also why we're in the position that we are now, where people are seeing after a sale massive rent increases because we have a quality of landlord that doesn't treat their properties like a business. So they've been able to get away with, you own something for 50 years, you never change the rents, you never update anything, and then somebody new comes in, takes advantage of historically low prices, historically low interest rates, and the tenants are the ones that get hurt. It's what they're actually asking, is good long term for the tenancy of the city as well too, because the tenants can trust that they're living in properties that are not just being treated as an investment to retire on, but a functioning business that someone's actually paying attention to numbers on.
Yeah, and has a like a
communication
you
on
know
this
a
particular
fiduciary responsibility.
Responsibility to your tenants. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, folks, $50. Thank you.
Thank you.
I met my new landlord. He seems like a complete absentee slumlord, and I'm stoked.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to if this comes.
He's
to
like,
law. I know this is
I'm
the
in
sessions
Florida.
issue.
I'm not going to be around.
Based on
You guys can fix stuff. Just bill me. I was like, sick. He doesn't speak English. This is all through his son.
If we could get
Um,
report to come along into committee with this, what they do in other municipalities.
Yeah, of course, your house isn't going to get any more or less expensive based on anything you do, really, so much as it is just a fucking accident of chance that Capital would be having its like fucking sight set on Worcester at this time. I mean, you can treat your property nice and that helps, but what we're experiencing right now is through nothing Worcester did, good or bad. You know, it's just, you know, hedge funds looking for a new place to park the hedge fund money.
Yeah, it's external pressures that are have nothing to do with the city at all. Yeah.
Nothing, especially not the city leadership.
Right.
So they take credit for it, you know, because that's what they do. But Worcester didn't do anything to put itself in this position. In fact, probably did a lot to delay it happening and hurt it.
Communication relative to a report concerning the city's new policy procedures relative to the resident permit parking program, including with the process for charging such a program, city council's involvement in the changes in the public notification process, and the process of the public should be used to obtain resident permit parking placards and stickers. You can send that to traffic and parking. Councilman Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to explain what's happening to the residents that are living in the city under the program that we currently have. And I did have the opportunity to talk to Mr. Raleigh prior to council. So this item is here because under the resident parking permit program that we, the city, had at one time, and we made a decision to change, and I know that this item was on council previously. We made a decision to change and gave this to a third party, which all sounds great, but here's what's happening.
It's the Candy Merrill Carlson show.
Seriously.
We're a city of a lot of three-deckers, and that's the reason why we have resident parking. Well, the owners of those three-deckers
God damn, can't this happen in some committee meeting?
without getting
Like subcommittee meeting?
And the only way that
Or
Do we
just in
really
Candy's shower. She can just talk to herself in her shower every morning.
Do we really have to talk about parking passes? Jesus Christ.
I'm Candy Merrill Carlson, and I own a piece of property, and I go down to one of the streets that has.
Mo, you're right about housing stock, but again, that's something that has nothing to do with, you know, even Massachusetts, right? Like you go back to 2006, 2008, new housing starts were mostly put on hold for years. We haven't caught up at all. And it's, I mean, there was an argument to be made, like it was kind of a joke, right? That you go back to 2008 and we had enough vacant housing to house the entire unhoused population of the country. Now we're at a point where the buying public can't find homes because housing stock is so low. It is increasing pretty significantly and rather quickly in Central Mass. Prices really haven't changed that much. Although you're starting to see some discounts on higher priced homes, but there are houses starting to stagnate on the MLS listings. That said, you're also paying 7% interest at this point, so it's not really it's helping anybody.
To park their vehicle, and I really am looking for the administration to look to another way to do this. For property owners, they should be able to go to their property without getting a ticket, of which there's a lot of areas. If you go down Belmont Street, there's a lot of areas that the property owners are still calling and still saying that they're still getting ticketed. So with this, I'm asking for the administration to take a look at this. What are the changes that we can make so that property owners have the ability to go to their property?
There is a traffic and parking subcommittee where this conversation could be had.
Send this to traffic
without bothering anybody.
Oh, and there it goes. She's going to say the same exact fucking thing. She just did.
So take them both collectively. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman,
Yes.
Counselor Calorio,
Yes.
Counselor Gia,
Yes.
Counselor King,
Yes.
Counselor Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Why is this delaying?
Yes.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Counselor Russell,
Yes.
Counselor Toomey, Mayor
Yes.
Petty.
Yes. Okay, I transmit information here for the fiscal 2023 fiscal update as of August 31st. Looks like we're doing pretty good still. We'll send that to MO. Okay.
I like that Petty just knows that no one's going to put up a stink for him.
Counselor Calorio,
Yes.
Counselor Gia,
Yes.
Counselor King,
Yes.
Counselor Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Counselor Russell,
Yes.
Counselor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. J is transmit information communication relative to a report concerning the cutoff income
just-
elder homeowners.
Take it out of
must
order.
meet.
Everyone
Offer
knows.
for
Everyone knows
report
the
from
stuff that we're talking about.
fiscal year
That's the kind of
2023.
class that Donna Calorio would never have.
Works. Okay. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman,
Yeah,
Yes.
he does have the
Calorio,
milk, and that's like kind of
Counselor
the.
Gia,
Yes.
It's the only thing that the
Yes.
mayor really has the power to
Merrill
do
Carlson,
Yes.
Counselor
is
Rivera,
oversee the process of the meetings,
right.
and to a certain
Yeah.
extent, what gets on the
Rose,
agenda.
Yes.
Counselor Russell,
But he really shouldn't. But he kind of does.
Toomey,
Yeah.
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, we'll go back to 15B. Communication of city manager, transfer information, communication relative to the inclusionary zoning, which I think was.
There we go,
discussed.
baby.
IGI?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I
Councilor
do
King.
have a question for either Mr. Dunn or the city solicitor regarding the process. Oh, I'm sorry. I have a question about the city solicitor or Mr. Dunn or the acting city manager about the process,
Okay,
how
go
this
ahead.
will travel.
Okay, ask the question and we'll figure out who
Okay,
goes.
sounds good.
Mother trainer? Okay.
No.
Thank you, Mr. City Solicitor. I know that this process will travel, this ordinance will travel through different public hearings. I wonder if you could give us a quick run through of what happens after the vote tonight.
Sure. Through the chair of the council, pursuant to state law, petition for a zoning amendment comes into the council, gets referred to the planning board. The planning board has to hold a public hearing and then reports back with any recommendations it has on the proposed ordinance. That comes back to the council, and the state law requires that both the planning board and the city council or committee designated by the council holds a public hearing. So under our rules, we'll come back to the council, get referred to the ED committee, another public hearing, people comment, make recommendations, then the committee makes a report back to the full council. So the council gets the planning board's report, the committee's report, and at that time, the city council can either adopt it, reject it outright, or amend and adopt the final version.
Thank you, through the chair. And it sounds as though the final vote of the city council.
So a year from now, it won't look any different.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. City Solicitor. Mr. Chair, I'm sorry about that. I just want to say that I'm super excited about this. I'm happy that it's going through the channels. I've been contacted by a lot of people who are learning about this process, which is great. Having public discourse is quite amazing. And I look forward to the public to participate in all the public hearings at the planning board, at the ED committee, at the city council. And I know that housing advocates and others are pushing for us to strengthen this ordinance. I don't need to repeat myself, but I will say this, that at the peak of a housing crisis, we need all hands on deck. And I look forward to talking to a lot more people in my district and throughout the city. And I encourage everybody to really participate in those hearings, learn about the difference between 60%, 80%, what those numbers mean, what are the
I
implications.
thought if I just mumbled the process,
and I
then
will
no one would
close
pay
with this.
attention and
You
get
know,
involved.
I said in the last meeting that this is a time, actually it should always be a time where we always put people's needs ahead.
That
of
really
anybody
is the
else.
story, though,
And I
Bill, of
hope
like his last year
this
as mayor
ordinance,
and the Senate race too, right? I mean, like
strengthen it,
it's
that
kind
we
of sad in a way
divert
how
all of
much
our incentives towards
he's gotten used to the
folks
idea
at
that you
the
can just
50% and
be a
below,
affable dude
because that
and
is really,
people will accept
as
it.
we heard from some of our
There's a
colleagues
lot of
today,
folks in this council that I
are
don't
really
think they really understand or appreciate that people can pay attention to them.
food,
And you can say some wild ass
and
shit, and
mobility.
some
So
idiot
I
on
look
the internet's
forward
going to say,
to
"Hey,
all
that
the
moron just said some
discussions. I
wild
look
ass
forward
shit. We should
to
laugh
the
at him."
advocates to come back
It's
at
a
any of
whole
those
new world
meetings,
for
and
them
I
to
wanna
get
make
used to.
myself available to constituents who have a story that
Yeah,
want
I
to
mean,
testify. They
they've
can tell
been
us how
operating
they
in a
feel
fucking vacuum
strengthening this
for
ordinance will impact
years.
their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's a hard case to make to pay
First
attention to
wanna
these fuckers.
commend the administration for their ongoing work with housing advocates, housing coalitions. I was asked to hold this at their behest so there could be further dialogue. As mentioned, we would like to see us to be as inclusive as possible, no pun intended. That being said, I just want to reiterate that when we did the next citywide plan through the Worcester now folks, the working group people, one of the items that continually came about per their August 22 report was, that we know that homelessness increased 50% from March of 2021 to March of 2022 in the Worcester region. We've heard tonight other testimony about the rising costs of living here in the city. And we know firsthand, I think all of us, the price of groceries and we know the electrical prices are going to be rising and winter's coming. We know all of those realities. I just want to reiterate that part of this group, one of the big takeaways was addressing affordability for income levels as low as 30 to 50% AMI is crucial. This was a big takeaway.
Local cryptid, what's that? What are you referencing there?
There's been great effort by economic development with Peter Dunn and the administration on trying to work this out. But again, this is a people's matter. And I look forward to this moving forward and coming back to economic development under the leadership of Councilor Rose, where we can dig into it a little bit more. So thanks to the administration, economic development, and all the advocates for their work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the administration for the report and the in-depth analysis that you did. Mr. Dunn, I thought it was excellent, and your whole staff should be very proud of what you did. And whatever goes through, it comes back to the city council. It goes to the planning board, back to the ED, back to the council. This isn't the end of the conversation. Like, this is probably one of the biggest issues the state's facing, the city's facing, the country's facing, and along with mental health. We got two big issues going on. And this is why you got to figure out how, we did the task force on homelessness. We should do a similar task force maybe with ED.
Gio, they always switch places for when the mayor speaks. I don't know if he has to do it that way, but he does.
Together to understand what we're trying to do here in the city of Worcester. We're very well organized. We have a very talented team here. And
Donna certainly didn't last week.
The conversation, there are so many moving parts. We have 16 million housing trust fund, and plus we put an extra $6 million in housing. Then there's state money available. There's a lot of housing organizations, the state of Massachusetts, who have grants to help us out. The federal government has grants. Now, how do you put that all together and bring all the pieces?
Oh, I still have to check that documentary out.
We're a good team to do it. If we have those discussions, we can actually get something done here, no matter what comes out of the 80s, 60s. Council King talks about 50. This is important. There's no question about it. I think everybody knows this is important. It's just trying to make sure that we're addressing the housing issue. So I just want to thank the administration again for putting this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, thank you. This is really exciting. I think it comes down to, this really shows an administration that is really looking to address the crisis. Just as I mentioned before, we're looking right now is an economical crisis for many people. People have to make decisions regarding what bill to pay, what they could get at the grocery store. It's very disheartening. The situation what I've seen with people who are elderly, retired. And as we look now, I think it's really important that we address this as equitable as possible and looking at it from, in all aspects of the city. I want to just commend this administration because I know this hasn't been easy, and it's not an easy topic to even understand and to move forward. And it's been back and forth conversation. And I really want to thank the community and how many people came to the table and really came to be able to have this dialogue and really advocate for themselves and work with our city administration. I think what Councilor Haji say, I think is really important in the sense of make sure that they come forth and share their stories and be part of this conversation, because I think that what this ordinance is doing is bringing a level of humanity back. We're definitely putting people over profit. We understand the importance of development 100%. We need it in the city without a doubt. We need that development for our economic stimulus, but we want to make sure that that doesn't come at the cost of people, right? And so I think this is really, really a step in the right direction, and I'm excited to be able to continue to work in our Economic Development Committee with Chairman Rose and be able to work with community as well. Thank you.
Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have a quick question to the chair, to the administration. When it comes to our veterans that are serviced here through the city, is there any sort of way that we are aware of income levels or anything like that? I'll explain why I'm asking in a moment.
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair. Sorry about that. Through the chair. We do the Veterans Office, Veteran Affairs. They have a level of opportunity to have a certain income levels for individuals who receive the 115 benefits, including some employment opportunities, et cetera. So they're able to have that information.
Thank you. So that's income qualifiers for our veterans? Is that the easy way to say it?
Correct.
Okay. I would just ask for an order, Mr. Chairman, that we get an idea, if we can, while protecting the confidentiality, of course, of the individuals, just the numbers on our veterans that we service, how many would be eligible at the 80, 60, and 50% threshold of AMI for this sort of thing. So when it comes back, we have additional context. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Form of a motion. And we're going to send this to
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, Council Rose.
My apologies, and I'm going to just
yeah, smart move with the veteran thing, because that's going to articulate how useless this is.
This is that important. We've all talked about the crisis. We've all talked about the varying resources that the city is coming together to create in an effort to address our housing problem. We have a shortage of housing stock. We have the Housing Trust Fund. I think this inclusionary zoning draft is a great start to have the conversations with the community and residents and developers and the business community and others. And I'm just really excited to be tasked with the responsibility of making sure that everyone's voice is heard and that this is as inclusive a policy as possible, that maximizes, that the ordinance maximizes as much as it possibly can to make sure that we're supporting and housing and protecting as many people as possible. So, there are a lot of different municipalities in and around the state who are balking at the potential of doing inclusionary zoning. Kudos to City Manager and Peter Dunn and the Economic Development Office for putting this out there. There's a lot of different, many different competing priorities, but I look forward to making sure that we get as many of those priorities on board as part of this ordinance as we possibly can. And I thank everyone for their efforts. And, I also want to thank Council Haji.
There's not a single cop that would be under the AMI.
About inclusionary zoning. it really kind of sparked a lot of interest on my side in terms of educating myself in and around it. And I think that she and others, especially Peter Dunn, have really done a great job of educating us around the importance of this. And I think that that's really noteworthy to indicate that this wasn't something that in my previous 2 terms as in council, this was something that was really, on the radar per se. And I just want to appreciate her and Peter doing their diligence there to not only bring it forward, but to help us to recognize the importance of this, giving such a decrease in our housing stock and the stall in our housing stock over the last decade or more. So like I said, I really appreciate this. I'm very, very excited about it. Looking forward to getting my hands dirty and working with everybody to make sure that this is an ordinance that works for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we have a motion to send this to the planning board, along with Council King's motion for a report. Taken collectively in a roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Rivera? Council Rivera?
Oh, come on. It's going to be unanimous.
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay, 15C is city manager transmitting information, communication, relevant to the racial equity audit report for the Departments of Human Resources and Health and Human Services. This was tabled, and it's going to go to MO. Any other? I think I had a long discussion, I think, last week.
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you have it?
Did they talk? They didn't talk about this last week, did they?
Mm-mm.
I'm remembering that right. Yeah, Calorio held it.
So Tuna had a statement. We're going to submit this for the record. Okay, is that fine?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I can clarify, Councilor Nguyen reached out to me prior to the meeting. Unfortunately, Councilor wasn't able to be part of this meeting, so we'll just put the statement that the Councilor had for the record.
Okay. 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 Any questions? We'll send that to MO. No.
Huh.
So,
No one's talking on this?
Council Bergman? Yep.
Just very brief. I didn't speak on it last time, and I intend to be very brief. My question through the chair to whoever would know, the company that did the audit, are they available at the subcommittee level to respond to questions? Because I have questions that I think they're only capable of answering. And
sure. Mr. Manager?
Mo, I actually have a theory on Holden's popularity, and that's if you look at the if you look at the top
the audit at the subcommittee.
Great.
employment sectors for swingers, it's teachers, cops, and nurses.
Chair.
And I think that makes up like 80% of the residents of Holden. So I think that Holden is actually a big, like, semi-secret swinger commune, which is cool, whatever. But like, I think that's the reason they're moving there, is just to be more like
so
their
we'll
own,
send that to
or with
MO,
their own,
and we'll have the,
and not like with their own cops, just with other
subcommittee
swingers.
necessary. A roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King? Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes, so we're on 15F, which is communication. City manager recommend adoption of proposed ordinance to ban on personnel watercraft at Indian Lake. Councilmember Carlson?
Oh, boy.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Spoke on this last week. and
Sure
you
did.
heard folks who came tonight.
Yes, that's exactly what Holden
And
is.
I
Yep.
just want to reiterate what I said last week, and that is that this particular item has been going on in Council Rose's district and in my district.
I
for the
think they're mad
last
because they were having good sex when they got a call from Holden, and then they had to race
item
back into the
coming
city.
Before us is not an item that we took lightly. This is an item that we had several meetings on. We not only had several meetings on this item, Council Rose was head of the committee in the last
Yeah,
election.
I straight up
cycle,
cannot listen to her.
and this time,
It's kind of awful.
chair of this
See you later, Bill.
particular committee. There has been countless meetings in regards to the Indian Lake ban of the jet skis. We talked with the Worcester Police Department, and they came back and they gave us their report. We talked to the environmental folks, and they gave us their report. We talked about the
She's talking about water
environmental
motorcycles
police and how
again.
that there's 4 of them that serve 17 or 18 different communities. So the likelihood of them serving Indian Lake is really probably at 0. We talked about the Worcester Police Department and how we don't have officers who are assigned to Indian Lake.
Because they're all in the fucking schools, you numbnuts. Come on.
That are assigned to Lake Quinsigamon. We talked about the size of Indian Lake, and I think everybody's heard the numbers. It's 172 acres. Lake Quinsigamon is well over 750 acres of land. Every single person
Water.
had the opportunity to come to the meetings, come to the
Technically,
neighborhood
sewage, I think,
come to the committee meetings
qualifies as
and
land.
speak about this item.
It's poop land.
Fish don't swim in shit.
I'd like a report from the law department on whether poop constitutes land.
And it's as clearly as the sun came up this morning, you can't ban and give to some and not all, which the residents there spoke at our last meeting and said they would like a ban for all non-residents who live on Indian Lake, not those who live on all of the streets surrounding Indian Lake, but those who live on Indian Lake. That was something that we could not do because we couldn't, basically, at the end of the day, we couldn't discriminate against those who live there versus those who don't. Everybody has talked, this city administration, the previous city administration, has dealt with the problems and the issues on Indian Lake every single day. And as the gentleman who called in tonight asked, can we please finally be done with this and put the permanent ban in? And the reason for that is so that they can enjoy their properties, so that their families can enjoy their properties. Again, this is not something that was taken lightly.
Can we leave them to deal with their own algae blooms in the future now that we've decided that only the people who live on the lake get a say in what happens down there?
Yeah, right.
People who live down on Indian Lake who are saying that it's dangerous down there with the jet skis down there on the water. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope that tonight we finally give the folks who live on Indian Lake, who have been fighting for a very long time to have this ban finally put in place so that they, along with their families, can enjoy where they live, and they certainly can use Indian Lake. And again, everybody else can use Indian Lake as well. It's the jet skis that are not allowed on Indian Lake. And that's something that they spoke about for a long time about how this year was so different and how appreciative they were for the temporary ban. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope that tonight
She sounds like a robot that's been broken.
myself, and I know certainly Councilor Shaun Rose, who will speak
Yep.
on this item. I hope that tonight we finally bring
Indian
resolution
Lake
to this.
and Indian Lake and the families.
Thank you, Contra Rose.
God. It's been the Merrill Carlson show.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel like we're in Groundhog's Day and, speaking
A report
on
on a book they didn't read.
what seems like a pretty ongoing basis. And I say Groundhog's Day because I think Councilor Carlson hit it on the head when she shared that this has been conversations that's been going on for over 2 years and maybe even 3 years if you consider going back to when I started having office hours during COVID and bringing residents in the district together to talk about different issues. This is a quality of life issue. This is a resident safety issue. The lake is environmentally improved. There's more wildlife. The lake is too small. We don't have the environmental police, don't have the capacity to police it regularly or hold people accountable.
Dude, we already did this last week.
Do that. We know that we have a vote. We know that people aren't trained to
Just
use
fucking
the vote.
vote. You already know what the vote's going to be.
Competing priorities that occur in the summer, which even if you did have a plan, could somehow take away that plan, in which case could present different safety issues and concerns. It is a great lake. As a result of that, it's either a ban or a non-ban. We know that the abutters want there to be a ban. We have seen in countless meetings now, it's easy to count how many people are in opposition to the ban because they rarely exist. In my count, we had the three gentlemen that came today. You had a non-resident who came last week. And then in a meeting previous to that, you had a school committee member reference her opposition. But outside of that 5 people, it is an overwhelming amount of people who want to see these jet skis banned for all the reasons that I referenced. Quality of life, being able to talk and have a conversation, with your family, on the lake. There's also been a lot of talk about the hyper focus of the abutters and being NIMBY and that, this is what they want. Well, there are about a little less than half the amount of people compared to how many people live around the lake who use the lake regularly for recreation, who don't live around the lake, have also reached out to me and indicated that life is just magnificent. Since
Yeah, they would never do this for the fireworks.
There's also, different folks.
Those aren't the right kind of abutters, if you know what I mean.
District and other folks who have different ideas on what it should look like. They say why are you waiting so long? The police or the police department or others should have had a plan. You're doing this last minute as the ban is expiring, you're coming on. Well, there's been numerous conversations that have happened over the course of these last 2.5 years, but none of this is a new issue and or problem. We have very active neighborhood groups over there. The Indian Lake Community Association, the Indian Lake Water Association, the Greendale YMCA. Councilor Carlson and I are the ones in these meetings. Councilor Carlson and I are the ones getting pictures of a maimed duck or different wildlife in the lake being destroyed intentionally by jet skis. We're the ones who are getting videos of the jet skis who are buzzing people, as they're swimming in and around the lake. At the end of the day, you can refer to all things. We want to, where's the police department? Where's the environmental police? Where is the boat? Where is the training? Where is that? At the end of the day, the lake is simply too small based on its layout to safely have jet skis. We just approved unanimously in this previous meeting to this one. We approved unanimously a working group to think about proactively some of the potential issues that could come about with the lake and that was in large part because of its layout, because it was too small. And so I am exhausted by this, but I can tell you I am not even remotely or a fraction of as exhausted by this as residents that we continue to come up here and traipse in on these Zooms, coming up to City Hall, over and over and over again to beg us to do something, that we continue to just kick the can down the road and request different reports or try to look at other options. Our duty as municipal officials is to go through a democratic process and, of course, represent and advocate for that democracy. And there is an overwhelming democracy, a 99.99% democracy of individuals in our districts, Councilor Carlson and I district, who want this ban. And we need to hopefully not continue to kick this can down the road and address this here and now tonight, so that we can get people who are, nervous, anxious, stressed that this is going to pass, wondering what it's going to look like, when the ban is lifted. There's a lot of stress and worry. I had represented in my comments last week that I was disappointed that we're waiting another week for that, because we are the ones who are hearing that anxiety and that stress from people. We're just continuing to not finalize or have any finality on this issue that is overwhelmingly a ban or a yearning for a ban on this lake. And so I hope we can move forward with this. I think it's a smart thing. Nothing is forever. I'm not opposed to, exploring this down the road. If miraculously, like Shrewsbury, we can have 2, police officers full-time manning Indian Lake, sure. But I think we can all agree that that's not the reality. We are the second biggest city in New England. We serve over 220,000 people. There are 40,000 people in District 1. It's the size of Marlborough. I can go on and on and on and on. The reality is that there's just not going to be consistent accountability in an effort to keep us safe. But I will also finally reiterate my point. That does not matter. The layout of the lake is way too small. We need to ban jet skis, and hopefully we can ban them tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly through the chair to the solicitor. Us voting this ordinance forward, that does not ban jet skis tonight, does it?
What was the question?
Is there a process?
Could you repeat that one more time?
He wants to know if he has time for one more ride.
Through the chair, there is an emergency preamble with this ordinance. It'll take effect tonight, subject to review by the state, by the Department of Environmental Police. We'll send that into them, and then they will send something back saying it's either approved or disapproved by the state. All ordinances and bylaws by towns that govern anything to do with Great Lake have to be approved by the Department of Environmental Police.
So it requires approval. And through the chair to the solicitor, when does the ban end? I just want to be clear that we haven't, my understanding is we haven't gone past that point yet. Is that right?
Through the chair, that's correct. The ban expires tomorrow, so at the end of the day tomorrow.
What date is that?
30th.
September 30th. A couple of comments that I would like to reiterate. This process has been a genuine process. The questions that I've placed forward have been placed in a genuine manner. Any aspersions to counter that, or in contrast to that, or in contradiction, is not valid. The issues that we've brought forth, once again, I'll reiterate, we asked the administration to work with the elected delegation, to work with the environmental police, our state partners, to explore what can be done. The administration has never reached out to the delegation as of our last discussion on this. In addition to that, you've heard that there's been some testimony from the Worcester PD, environmental police, parks, about staffing. And staffing shortages are a definite issue. And we had orders related to that as well that this council supported. And again, other ways to mitigate some of the safety concerns were suggested. I can tell you that there's folks that have used jet skis that I've spoken to for decades on that body of water that would not like a permanent ban. What is unanimous and consistent from all of us is that we want a safe body of water, that we want a body of water where there's enforcement, because quite frankly, for me, having grown up on a lake, regardless if there's jet skis there or not, there needs to be a presence. There needs to be enforcement. There needs to be education. You haven't heard any orders that way at this point. Hasn't come. I filed some orders that way, and I want to share a little bit. I had transcribed some of the comments from Mayor Clayton regarding all of this. Major Kevin Clayton from the Massachusetts Environmental Police when we were discussing this. And I want to be clear, the concerns about traffic of jet skis moving over to the lake, we spoke about that last meeting. They're not a distraction, they're real. Those concerns he did address. And I'm going to just repeat what he said in his testimony at 1 hour and 6 minutes. That when you ban watercraft from one particular body of water in the community, it pushes some of that pressure to other bodies of water in the community. And Lake Quinsigamond is a large body of water and a lot of users, conflicting users. And I don't think that pushing some of those users to Lake Quinsigamond is fair to some of your neighbors. But I think sharing some of that load is a little more appropriate. I spoke to the major after the meeting regarding that, and we had the discussion that more traffic means more safety concerns on any body of water. And I referenced that the last meeting as well. In addition to that, Major Clayton, in what has been transcribed, indicated that some of these issues, this is quote, that have to do with operation are absolutely educational opportunities lying in wait. Whereas some of your constituents have spoke without educational Commonwealth of Mass, environmental, state police offer training, boating safety education, which minimizes poor operation. He indicated, and I quote again, maybe we can get some safety programming delivered. And if there are any particular demographics that need language skills, those are things we can talk about for communities with learning opportunities. But those comments have been ignored. There's been no orders asking for that. I'm going to file an order as we speak because I'm absolutely ready to vote this. I can see where the votes lie. I'll probably be the only one in opposition, which is fine. I'll file an order asking that be explored, the boating safety programming, state level, that the major was referencing. Education, it's very clear, education and enforcement. Those are real things. And again,
Oh man, what do we have after this?
all of us have asked
Bed.
the city, this council,
Hopefully
asked
bed.
to follow through with that. And I understand that hasn't happened. I also know
ARPA community focus program orders.
it's going to be October, November, December, January.
It seems like
February,
it's it.
March, maybe part of April. We got 6 months to still do what we committed to do when this ban was initiated. This permanent ban. I mean, this temporary ban. And the whole point was to mitigate the safety.
Something actually important and criminally
part of this.
with not enough time dedicated to it throughout the entire process of deciding how these ARPA funds get metered out.
Really complicated though, Bill. Let's just gloss over it.
It's too complicated. You know what's complicated? What's not complicated is jet skis good or jet skis bad.
Skiing and barbecuing we're engaging upon. And as a consequence, the city responded with the presence of parks, with the presence of police, being a presence and talking to people and responding. The simple asks for information and data are not, based on a whim. It's based on, okay, we've had some incidents. How many? What's the level of incidents? Because we do have a lot of folks concerned on both sides of the issue. But again, we need enforcement to enforce a ban. We need enforcement to make sure folks are properly using their boats, their canoes, that they have their life jackets on a kayak. These are safety concerns. And we were donated a boat by the environmental police, I want to say 1.5 to 2 years ago. And last week we were told by one of the district councilors, the boat hasn't touched the lake. I contend that that's unacceptable.
You get
Unacceptable.
3 minutes.
And I would ask to suspend the rules and allow me to speak
because we had some other folk councils who spoke on this issue that went quite long, didn't even get a 5-minute warning. That being said, I forgot where I was, but so those were some of the issues. Those are some of the mitigating concerns, again, this will be voted up or down tonight. I will make a motion to amend it to make it a temporary ban, this ordinance, up and through March, so we can have an opportunity to continue to work on this issue, so we can continue to try to come together. The ask to work and intersect the Worcester police with the environmental police and the parks wasn't a request to just ask them to say we don't have enough staff. It was a request to ask them to engage together. What I recall, the Worcester PD said they can be there up to 2 times on the weekend in summer. I heard the environmental police that said they likely be able to be there once a week. I know that parks could be there 1 or 2 times a week, like they do at any park location where there's activity. Crom Park, I'm down there every day in the summer, I know. And Mr. Chairman, we also last funded a position of a police officer that's assigned directly to the parks. We haven't heard about that either. We haven't heard about it. What I just talked about was 2 days for the PD, 1 for environmental, maybe a day or 2 with park staff mingling on Morgan's Landing and having discussion like they did. And a police officer that's already assigned to the parks. They hang out sometimes at Crompton Pool. So there are opportunities for this to move forward. And Mr. Chairman, I would make an amendment to this ordinance that the ban go through March, and we have an opportunity to do what the major suggested. Education goes a long way, and enforcement. And the fact that we took and accepted a Worcester police boat that we haven't trained people for might be acceptable to some folks. It's not acceptable to me whatsoever, Mr. Chairman. That's my motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Who's that? Oh, Shaun, Council Rose.
Unless someone wants to go in advance of me, I know that this is my second time around, and I'll be brief.
He spoke for exactly 7 minutes last time. He's got 3 minutes left.
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules if he needs more time.
No.
I'll just be clear. One of the things that wasn't referenced in some of the quotes that about the major was he also indicated that 2 municipalities successfully banned jet skis, and safety on those 2 lakes in those municipalities significantly improved. And so I think that anytime any one of us, have a response or have an opinion on different things, I think we can quote and take whichever it is that we want to help convey our argument. But that's besides the point.
We should just have an up or down vote on banning fun in Worcester. I feel like that's just kind of what we're headed for, and they should just shoot their shot.
Priorities in the city. We also know that we have 50
Make fun a finable offense.
Yeah. We can't dedicate one person from parks to be an Indian Lake, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And, as somebody who has gone to these neighborhood meetings for 6 years now, knows these, families, knows these residents, knows getting to know their children at this point. One incident is too many. The risk of one incident is too many on this lake. I cannot, in good faith, sleep at night knowing that we are allowing jet skis to be on this lake, sporadically or without.
Shaun has not slept for 6 years because of this issue.
Oh my God.
It's just not safe. And to suggest that it might be okay sometimes, or on this day it's not. At one point, they had a party on Indian Lake where they dropped over 40 jet skis into the lake at one
This is
time.
so fucking stupid and boring.
There was a police, department person there. Who's to maintain the safety of that? because oftentimes it falls on the abutters to be able or be forced to do that because they have no other choice. So as far as I'm concerned, I'll reiterate this one last time. The lake is too small. One incident is too many, period. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Council Bergman, I haven't been heard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I think sometimes on this council, I hear comments that confuse privileges and rights. And I think this is one of those examples. People that
Oh
live
my
on the
God.
lake, whether they own the property or rent the property, have a right to quietly, peacefully enjoy the property that they live in. The use of a jet ski is a privilege, not a right. It's a privilege. Privileges can be taken away. Rights
You
can't.
don't have a right
The jet
to
ski
not
on the
have jet skis on the lake.
should be
Oh my
taken away
fucking
if
God.
people can't
Mo
maintain
Bergman is so annoying.
peace and quiet in the neighborhood. We don't have the ability to monitor that with the current assets, the police department that we have. We just don't. I mean, that's obvious. Yes, I've heard discussion tonight that we could piece together 2 days here, 1 day here. Yeah, all that's possible, but it's not going to result in being able to monitor that lake the way it's supposed to be monitored so that the people that live on that lake, whether they're owners or tenants, can enjoy peaceful, quiet enjoyment of the property they live in. And I'm, for one, am not going to sacrifice a privilege for a right. And the privilege, can come back under different circumstances. That's what happens with privileges. Sometimes they disappear, sometimes they get abrogated, sometimes they get expanded, but they're not rights. And I'm not going to substitute the privilege of people that aren't following the law. Not everybody doesn't follow the law. There certainly are responsible jet ski owners. But obviously, from the testimony we've heard over the last year plus, there are more than enough people that don't follow the law. I don't think it's wise for us to substitute the privilege of some people to use a jet ski on the lake, disrespectful of the people that live there, from the rights the people have that live there, owners or tenants, to enjoy their life peacefully. So I certainly am going to support going ahead with the ban. Again, circumstances change, privileges change, but people that live there have the right for peace and quiet. They've enjoyed it for the last year. That's clear, and we should continue to allow them to enjoy it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Toomey, not being heard.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think that there's anything else left that we can say about this issue.
Don't say it.
So I would ask that we move the question.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Councilor King, you get 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly, I just want to make sure I have some orders on the record. I made the first order, the second order.
There's
we
tons of
had
people
that,
on the island that own jet skis down there.
Major also mentioned the term harbor master.
Yeah,
I will
not
make a
hearing,
motion.
not
for
hearing about
report
that.
back on harbor masters, how we can get one of those for Indian Lake. Also, like a report back from the administration on the cost of.
Just gonna buy a jet ski
an
now to see,
officer
to test the
to
ban.
be assigned
Yeah.
for that body of water. And I would also like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that regardless of where this ban goes, and I know where it's going through, that the city of Worcester ensures that we have proper oversight for boating on that body of water, that we have a presence, and that we work in conjunction with our state delegation, environmental police, Worcester PD, and Worcester Parks to develop a schedule of oversight, jet skis or not, because we have humans in there who make decisions. And yes, you'll dump 40 jet skis in there when you know it's not regulated with or without a ban. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so we have several motions there. Councilor Merrill Council.
Yes.
No.
So,
I want to rise and talk about Lakeland Sigaman.
Oh, please
I
don't.
represent Lakeland Sigaman, as my colleague aside of me represents Lakeland Sigaman.
Shut up, dude.
No, not one phone call, not one phone call or not one complaint from Lakeland Sigaman, and this ban has been in place for 1 year. Not one phone call. Not
Why would anyone
one
ever want to call you and
from
listen to your
Lakeland
voice?
Sigaman since this ban went in place. And I'm going to tell my
Yeah, and I
colleagues
called you. You didn't
not to
respond.
belabor this any longer than we need to. Go on and listen to what the major said at the meeting. Go on and listen to what Rob Antonelli, our Assistant Commissioner of Parks. Go on the city council.
Just take the vote, dude. Just take the fucking vote. What are you doing right now?
The police department. And we can talk about this on and on and on, folks. But I'm going to tell you something. As Councilor Rose said, each and every day, these people call us. Each and every day, we're the ones that have been there. This hasn't been that we all of a sudden stood up and decided that this was an issue that we were going to take part in. This is an issue that the neighborhood who's here tonight as well has reached out to this council.
Candy's throwing a hissy fit. She's getting cranky. Needs to go to bed.
This administration, reached out to the police department, and reached out to every department there was for over the last 2 years. We're talking tonight like this is all of a sudden it dropped down from the fairy godmother. No, this is an issue that's been going on for a long time. I'm not in favor of any partial ban. We've done that.
Kate did
I think the
move to question, but Joe
who
just
live on that lake, and we talk and talk and talk.
decided he
about
didn't want
people
to.
First. Well, this is people first. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so
This is people first. That's classic.
we have to wrap it up. We do have
This
several
is people
motions.
first. Wow.
And then we have the preamble, the emergency preamble, that we can vote on. Then after
I'll
that,
be back
we'll-
momentarily.
Oh,
since
it's very classic. This whole thing's extreme.
So the preamble is emergency preamble because it expires tomorrow. You need 8 votes for that. And then you need 6 votes for the to ordain. So the preamble will be first. So, and I'd just like to say before I take the vote, thanks to everybody putting this together. You know, I drive by that lake every single day. And I won't repeat what I said, but it's a whole different world there. And actually, the wildlife is coming back, and fisheries. So it's interesting. So, anyways, a roll call on the preamble. Yep. Sure.
Just a point of order. So my motion was to amend.
Oh, you do the amendment first. I forgot. You're
and
right.
we're voting on adopting. I'm confused.
Yep. So do the amendment first. Correct. I forgot to do that. You're supposed to tell me. So the amendment to extend the temporary ban to, I think, the end of March. This is the amendment. So this is a yes or no for the amendment. So the amendment to extend the temporary ban to, which I guess we're going to the preamble somehow, but okay. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
No.
Councilor Calorio?
No.
Councilor G.I.?
No.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
No.
Councilor Rivera?
No.
Councilor Rose?
No.
Councilor Russell?
No.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty?
No. So now we're going to the preamble. So vote on the emergency preamble because it expires tomorrow. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
This allows us to go to the next vote, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Next is to ordain.
To ordain?
Oh, thank God we're getting
Bergman?
over
Yes.
with this.
Councilor
It's like
Calorio?
Yes.
there's obviously
Councilor King?
racing class issues at play here, and
Carlson?
King's right,
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Rivera?
but it's just a
Yes.
it's
Councilor Rose?
a weird hill in my
Russell?
opinion. It's just a weird hill. I mean, it's
Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Motion to reconsider, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to reconsider the ordination.
Let's get rid of it.
Okay. The motion to reconsider the vote we just took. Roll
Councilor
call.
Bergman?
No.
Councilor Calorio?
No.
Councilor G.I.?
No.
Councilor King?
No.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
No.
Councilor Rivera?
No.
Councilor Rose?
No.
Councilor Russell?
No.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty?
No. Okay, I think that brings us to the end of the agenda. We have, I think, before I go on, make sure I get everything. Did that.
No, there's still some stuff there under suspension.
Okay, so the suspension, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think that everybody in the room has seen that everybody got a notice that the electric bills will be increasing up to 64%. I know that the city manager said, you know, for the city of Worcester, for those who chose to go on our grid, I'm going to call it.
Of course, like
It's still at 52%.
it's because it's homeowners
Whether it's 64%
in a nice
or
neighborhood that they're
52%,
fighting
that's
so
not
hard and
something
spending
that
so much
people in
time
this
on.
community can
They
sustain.
wouldn't do this for a similar neighbor
I would
issue
ask,
in a different neighborhood.
this body, yourself, and the administration, is there a way for us to talk to our delegation
Yeah, I wish they would too.
in a quick manner?
It's very disheartening.
And having a
And
conversation.
it's really just indicative
I
of
know that DPU
priorities, you know.
But
It says a lot.
at the end of the day, I
It
think
says
that
an awful
every
lot.
elected official should be standing on the rooftops, because we talk about people not being able to eat each and every day. We talk about people in the housing cost and that we're in a crisis mode. If anybody didn't sign on to this, they're at the 64%. For those who did sign on, I don't know how anybody is going to be able to pay these bills. So I'm asking for whatever it is that we possibly can do through this body and through yourself, Mr. Chairman, and with the city manager. I think we need to get to our electeds at the State House and find a way for us to be talking with the folks at DPU. The other thing that I would ask, and maybe it's already there, and I don't know this, is there on
I live in a 3-decker.
Worcester's website where people can go
On Grafton Hill.
for
Candy Merrill Carlson is my district counselor. Isn't that great?
or, you know, these electric bills. I think that it's going to be really important for us to do that. And quite frankly, I worry tremendously about what's going to happen with our seniors in this community. With this kind of increase, I just really don't know. I mean, you know, there's a lot of us who are very fortunate, but that kind of increase is really going to change the dynamics of people's living. So I'm open for.
Oh, that'd be fun.
We have a state delegation next week on the subject.
Maybe I should just run against Candy.
Okay.
Thank
In a
you.
very low effort fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. About 20
Make my slogan, I'm not Candy Merrill Carlson.
went to a DPU hearing at the Vote School or North High, and
There's definitely nothing in the charter about that.
asking our ratepayers and our consumers to pay for their improvements, things that these multi-million-dollar companies have known for years that they needed to do. So I appreciate Councilor Merrill Carlson for this. I would ask as a friendly amendment, in addition to talking to the administration, something that I've also said publicly, we should be holding a hearing. Have these executives come to our community and tell us why they're reaching into our pockets for improvements or rate hikes that we shouldn't be paying, our constituents shouldn't be paying. I'm going to add one last comment, because I'm hoping that as a community we will also go a step beyond and consider that National Grid and Eversource have a huge responsibility by state law to also get us off of fossil fuels. So yes, absolutely, we should hold them accountable through our state delegation, through our own hearings, and I'm hoping that maybe through Public Works or whatever committee is responsible, we can have the public come and speak on this. But additionally, let's also go a step further and ask National Grid and Eversource to do what's right by this community and get us off fossil fuels.
Okay, Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I had a conversation with the city solicitor about this a few days ago. Because I'd love to bring the electric company and even the gas company into Public Works, and I'd like to put a bright light in their eyes and ask them a lot of questions. Believe me. And I've got a lot, and I'm sure my colleagues would have even more. But the city solicitor, Mr. Solicitor, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have no authority whatsoever to do that or to have a hearing. Can you come to the microphone, Mr. Solicitor? Because if you tell me that we can do that legally, that we have any authority whatsoever to have that conversation with these utility companies, I'll be more than happy to invite them into our next meeting.
Mrs. Solicitor?
Through the chair to the council, the conversation we had was about the rate increases, and I said the council has absolutely no authority over rate increases. That's all at the DPU level, so it's not within the purview of the council. I think if the council wanted to invite people in for information, not trying to set the rates, but ask about what goes into the rates, and it's just informational. Nothing could come out of that where the council could like force any of the companies to do anything, but an informational hearing, I think would be okay.
Informational meeting, so we could ask them questions, we could.
Just if you want to get information out to the public, I think that's fine. But again, there's nothing this council can do to force the utility companies to do anything.
Well then, Mr. Chairman, I would move that we.
George just asked a question, and the city solicitor answered a completely unrelated question. George seemed to be talking about the city taking ownership of utilities, and the solicitor spoke to rate hikes.
Some spirited conversations.
Yeah, his solicitor's just not listening.
Some months at Public Works about their construction on the streets and leaving our streets in disrepair over, the patches that sink in. And we would, I know my colleagues and myself, that committee would love to have that conversation, might as well do it. So I'd ask the clerk to work with me on setting a special meeting for this. And I would also ask the clerk to contact both the gas.
Bill, did you catch the article in the Globe last week about Boston starting to mandate the use of asphalt tags for all their utilities?
No, I didn't.
Most big cities have been doing this for a while. Boston's been hesitant to, but if you ever if you're in New York, you see they look like someone pressed bottle caps from like a soda bottle into the tar. Like anytime you dig something, you have to use an asphalt tag, so they knew who actually did the digging and did the repair work. So if it fails, they know who to go after.
Yeah.
Boston just started doing that. Is going to start doing that going into the next year.
Huh. Cool.
We'll never
be a
do
nice
it here.
thing.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
that's too smart.
Yeah.
Mr. Odell left, but we can do it.
They weren't doing that in the 80s, so we can't do it in Worcester in the 2020s.
We get an updated report in the aggregate program.
Advantages that we can take as it relates to that. Be interesting to know. Thank you.
Okay, those in favor, opposed, so awarded. Councilor Bergman, you're all set? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, on the roll call because it's so virtual.
Yeah. Okay, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Oh, thanks.
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Motion to adjourn. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Rivera?
No, I wasn't listening.
Rose?
And listening to these people is my entire job, pretty much.
Yes.
Shit, man. That was another meeting of the Worcester City Council.
Yeah. I thought it might be different on a Thursday night.
No. Same stuff. It was the Candy Merrill Carlson show. She had a little hissy fit at the end. Otherwise was just bludgeoning everyone in the chamber and everyone watching to death with the most boring stuff possible. The Indian Lake thing is just, I've been frank about how I just can't care about that. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand Christian's concerns and, good for him, but I just can't care about that at all. Really the most remarkable thing about the meeting is what happened right when it started. when Joe boxed Christian out of talking about a city manager search, and the fact that the suspension of rules to allow discussion of it failed 6-4 means that like that's just 6 votes, a majority of the city council that's not willing to take a city manager search process seriously.
Yeah.
That's basically what it says. Like that's going to be the vote on anything related to this. Like if Joe Petty puts a motion on to abandon the search process, then the vote's going to be 6-5 probably.
Oh, totally. It'll be
and that's
hours of
common.
us listening to the conversation about it, but you know how the vote's already going to go.
Yeah, and yeah, the Family Health Center was, to my recollection, it was mostly just like informational, like, hey, there might be a problem here, and it's just starting that conversation. So there was nothing really actionable on that thing. And then inclusionary zoning, same thing. We're going to go through planning board process and then economic development subcommittee hearing. I don't imagine that it is going to change in any significant way, and it's not really an effective tool right now. It was very interesting that Christian asked for that report about how this would affect veterans in need of housing assistance, because veterans are just like a classically sympathetic sample of everyone going through this, and seeing how that small sliver of the population is going to be basically unaffected by this will do well to reframe the sort of discussions we're having about it, I think, because the hard thing about that is just like making the case that it's feckless, that it's useless, the way that it's currently written, because if you you can just get kind of processed to death in making that argument, where like some like Peter Dunn or somebody can just like say all number of wonky things to combat it, and you just get lost in the weeds. But yeah, other than that, not a whole lot of takeaways from this one. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with the city manager search. That's definitely like going to be the bulk of what I write about this week, is the city manager search and the way Joe Petty handled that, and what he said this week about how he doesn't want to do the search. It's like we're just going to repeat the same exact playbook we did for Augustus and O'Brien. Haters be damned. So what can you do?
It's just a bummer too that, again, I think all of us kind of agreed watching he and Robin's race that like you can criticize Joe for any number of things, but like at the end of the day, it's just he's just kind of like an affable guy who stepped in it, and this is his role. The part that kind of breaks my heart in a weird way is that I don't think he realizes that his legacy as mayor is going to like the punctuation mark on it is going to be making a completely atrocious decision because your boys told you to. Not because it was the right thing to do, not because it was that you even had a coherent argument as to why it was the right thing to do, just because someone told you to, and that's how you're going to be remembered. And that's
just going to be it's going to be his legacy, especially. I mean, so what happened on zoning is they just not so much conversation, but they just passed it off to the planning board, and now the planning board at some point has to hold a public hearing on it, and then the planning board takes the recommendations, makes recommendations, has the hearing, sends it back to the city council, and then the city council has their own hearing. What's interesting to happen there is that the planning board could be more sympathetic to the case that 60% AMI is a more effective number and a better tool for the policy. And if they come back with that recommendation to the city council, then the city council will have something concrete to argue against. So that is interesting, and definitely the planning board hearing on that is going to be something that we should watch with interest, because you don't really often have to watch the planning board, but they do have quite a bit of that's an interesting board. They do have quite a bit of power when something comes across their desk. So that'll be cool.
Well, if you're doing any writing on the housing side there. I would love to find. And I haven't been able to find anything recent, but like historically, the thought process about new construction, whether it be apartments or homes, was always that you end up creating more affordable housing. I'm not saying affordable housing, but more affordable housing by virtue of building new construction, because the
Yeah.
people who have choice in where they want to live financially are more likely to seek out new construction, and it automatically ends up taking pressure off the lower end of the housing sphere. Like that used to be the sort of the economist talking point, but I haven't seen anything on a contemporary front in relation to like this current housing market or housing crunch, however you want to approach it. If you come across anything, I would love to see that fit into whatever metrics you're looking at. Because like
Yeah.
with the amount of, I know right now, like say an apartment in 3-decker, prices going up, but like relative to the market overall, over time, the massive amount of new construction that's taking place in apartments in particular should be taking pressure off of the older stock over time and keep it, again, more affordable, not affordable, but more affordable.
Yeah. Troubler, the racial equity audit was sent to subcommittee, and no one really talked about it. It's sent to municipal operations, where they're going to have a hearing, and the consultants that did the report are going to be there. So that's another thing to pay attention to for sure. But yeah, just living La Vida Loca, another night in Worcester. And thank you everyone who stuck around for it and is paying attention. And I think that with this program, and especially with the vanity of the city councilors watching it and getting mad about it, it's not for nothing. It's
Right.
sort of accomplishes something here. The more people paying attention to the city council, the less like tomfoolery they can get away with, and the more apparent it'll be that these people are jokers. And I think we saw a couple clear examples tonight of the fact that these people are really just jokers, and need to be voted out of there. So I don't know, Brendan, you have any closing thoughts?
No, I mean, just what you said. I mean, this whole council needs to see a major turnover, and that's what we need to be starting to pay attention to now. It's I know there are other races in Massachusetts that everyone needs to pay attention to going into November, but in theory, our local cycle starts up the day after Election Day in November.
Yeah,
it really is time to start thinking about what the city is going to look like going into next year. Because as soon as that November Election Day hits, every one of these folks, every 2 years they change their tune completely because they know they're paying it. They're speaking to the audience of voters.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really why Shaun and Candy were so hard on jet skis, right? Like they know everybody in that neighborhood votes. That's part of 2
Yeah,
and a big chunk of 1, and those 2 in particular are being measured on that.
Yeah, we very much need to encourage new people to run, and make it easy for new people to run who feel like it's daunting.
And new people to vote. I mean, if they're
Yeah.
right, and the numbers are what they are, and we've got 25,000 or so new residents in the city over the last couple of years, that those people need to be engaged as well.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll be back the next time there's a council meeting. I believe it's October 12th.
Yes.
And I believe that is not a Tuesday. That's either a Wednesday or a Thursday. Let me check real quick. Yeah, it's a Wednesday. So we'll be back, take a week off probably, unless we find a meeting that would be really like a subcommittee meeting or another board. But yeah, we'll be back on Wednesday, November 12th, or October 12th rather. And thank you so much for sticking around.
Seriously, have a great week.
Yeah, everyone have a good night, get some sleep, and try to think about something besides the Worcester City Council, because you just can't think about it too much.
Yeah.
It'll consume you. All right, good night, guys.
Have a great night.